All right, hello. How's it going there, Alistair? How's everybody doing today? So, we start working on some construction, some mining vehicles, and then we'll move into fishing once we get a little closer to the update time. We'll go ahead and we'll just look at the old Steam here, and let's look at what the devs say, huh? So, as previously announced, the next major update, commercial fishing. And it's on Wednesday, the 8th of May, which is today, and it'll be at 5 p.m. UTC. So, we're about, what are we looking at there? About an hour away, looks like. So, about an hour away. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that should be good. So, about an hour away here for that. All right, so keep that in mind. We'll just work a little bit. How's it going there, Daniel? How's it going there, Citrus? How are you guys? Alrighty. So let's go ahead, and I did a little bit of paint work. I've redone the bucket about 28 times on the 6040. We'll go ahead and we'll look at the 6040, start there. I don't want to really work on the fishing boat until we get the new update and kind of see what I need to do. But painted, a lot of bucket work there, kind of worked the mechanism, kind of cleaned up, blacked out what needed to be blacked out. Let's go ahead and spawn it. So, working pretty well here. I gotta worry about a little bit of stickage there when I split the bucket, but for the most part it's pretty good. So articulation's working well. Good. Rotation's working pretty well. Rotation's a little slow. Let's work on that. Let's get that sped up a little bit. We'll double the rotation speed for the swing. Let's see. We're at 0.2. Let's go to 0.4. That's better now. Watching a walkthrough. They're just big fans. They're cooling fans for the diesels. So, not jet engines. I wouldn't put jet engines in something like this because they shouldn't be in there. They're just fans. They'll just be visual elements. They have really big cooling fans in there, so that is why they are there. Alright, let's go ahead and let's see. I decide how I want to finish this back end off, yeah. Let's fix this a little bit. This is a little bit wonky now. Oh, stop. Deleting random shit as I reach for it. Let's see. Now smooth out some of this. That's going to be kind of a problem child there anyway. I'm trying to decide how I want to set it up. That angle's kind of a problem child to try to join it here, so. Yeah. I don't know what I want to do there. I do not know what I want to do there. Yeah, it's kind of a problem there. You can cut them in one. Guess we could just do that. It's not the end of the world, but I don't like it either, so. Do it for now. Worry about it later. Try not to make everything perfect right now. Just try to get it in and functional at the moment. And I can do more decoration bullshit later. Let's see. Cut that in. I don't know. Causes problems there, so I don't know what to do. Oh, stop it, camera. Fucking camera being too flicky is annoying. Could trim out all along the side there. I'm trying to decide. That one lines up in the back here. I decided to do a different treatment on, so. Could more square out the back, I guess. I think we'll just do this, say screw it, put that there for now. Rework this whole corner. Yeah, I think we'll just rework this whole corner here. end up doing. Let's do the same on the top, I think. I don't think I want twos in the bottom, on the top rather. I don't want to be too picky with it right now either. Might be not enough angle on the top, we'll see. How's it going there, Rasmus? How are you? How's it going there, Lone Rider? How are you? Yep, no desire to spin them. Yep, not putting in fake turbines and bullshit like that to spin them. Just not even concerned. Let's see. Let's check some picks here. Yep, they might even get taken out of there, and they might just get replaced with heat sinks or something. All right, so I'm kind of looking for some of the top angles there. Yeah, it's got a real shallow angle on the top. Yeah, it's pretty shallow angle on the top. It's even the railing on there. Alright. Just looking at some of the pictures of it. Yeah, it's pretty shallow on the top. Working the cab. I'll come back to that if I want to later. I did drag the looking thing. Alright, then let's see. Start working on the cab. Around here it's pretty flat. I don't know. Let's grab this seat, move it. Right there, I'm thinking. A little bit rounded in there. How rounded it is. Now leave it, square it up. How's it going there, Fabian? How are you? I've got symmetry on. A little bit in that, maybe. Let's see. Alright, let's see what we want for Wendy's. Do not want to accidentally fall out of this, so putting in a bunch of XML windows is probably not the best idea. We're talking that one. Make sure this is, yeah, 7, perfect. Go jump in there, see how it looks. Hello, CG. Yep, if you were here at the beginning, you would have heard what I'm working on. Do this until the update comes out. All right, good. Good biz on that. Put a window in the back. Put a window door in the back. All right, good. That feels comfortable in there. Work on the ladders, I would say. I want a walk space, so at least 2 there. Put a window door in there. I gotta think of that too. So let's leave at least 4 spaces there. That actually works just about right. So. I hate trying to put it on these. These are a pain in the ass to do. Like a 45 degrees staircase, that would be kind of nice. Maybe it is. Yeah, probably standard 45. A little bit steeper would be better for a lot of these applications. Okay. I need that landing to be pretty low. The whole fucking thing. Mine. Okay. It's kind of got to be there so that door can fit in. Can't remove the engine. I can move the engines back 1 if I need to. Okay. so I can walk through there properly. It's gotta be more than that. Maybe like that. Stop. That was a pain in the ass to get right. Christ. All right. Measure this. Measure, please. Thank you. It's at 9. Let's trim that a couple. Stop. Drag. 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 Jesus. There we go. You're good. Trying to think. I think we should move that one to the right. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll get rid of this railing. That's what I'll do. Supposed to have a railing here, but I think I'm just gonna put a wall there. Wasting the space. You guys see the update come up with it now? Yeah, let's do that instead, I think, so that's way better. There we go. There. See where 45 stair will go. Grab it with this. That clears the tracks there. Okay. Guess I have to go bigger on the catwalk, but I don't think I do. Start that for now, and we'll work on it later. Welcome to my world, Alistair. Go, nice. Right in. Bingo, 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 bingo. Okay. Do I need a radio or cable to cross logic over subgrids? Not over regular subgrids. From vehicle to vehicle you do, but not regular subgrids. You should not. Alright, let's start doing reg railings everywhere else. Might just square the top. Let's see if I like it or not. It's gonna get a railing all the way around, so it kind of works anyway. Stop. change something. Now I want to change something. Ah, shit. Sorry, I might be able to change it. Not be able to do this. No stop. Right in the hole. Alright, good. Let's work on that staircase. Check chat. Does it fill the level for a hopper duct output fill level, or just itself? Fills the entire, everything that's connected fills all at once. Yep. Yeah, it's yeah, the comment section there can be interesting. You know, Alistair, it's you know, there are times when you clearly explain something in the video, but somebody doesn't want to watch the video, so they try to ask you all these shortcut questions, and it's like, you could watch the video that I made. That happens, you know, and then you know, you get a lot of, why didn't you do it this way? It's like, you know, there's 10 ways to do everything. It's like, why are Fords the way they are, and why are Chevys the way they are, and why are Japanese cars the way they are, so they actually work, you know. And so it's you know, you have you know, there's different ways to do things, and like some are earnest questions where it's like somebody's trying to see what the benefits of doing that is too. But it's like, you know, the one I constantly get is, why didn't you fill out the I and the P and the D values? It's like, again, it's a basics tutorial. I'm not trying to make it incredibly complicated. It's actually supposed to be the opposite. It's supposed to be simple so that somebody new cannot get frustrated and just be like, I can't figure this out, and quit the game. You know, and that's a lot of people don't get that too, you know. So it's anytime you get in there where, you know, public conversation, can be quite challenging at times. So let's see. You know, and part of making tutorials too is trying to future-proof as much as possible. So, you know, you're trying to actively go in there and make a tutorial that will last as long as possible with as many game changes as possible, that it doesn't need to be redone consistently, you know, or constantly. And it's that's the other reason why some things are done the way they are. And, you know, some people's objectives are not that. They're, you know, so it's it can be interesting. Let's put it that way. It can be interesting. Try to get the shape the way I like it. I didn't like the shape before. I'm gonna change up the drive wheels on this. I put them where they are just to get it working, and then I'll move everything. Gotta rework these tracks a number of times. So. Yeah, it can be interesting doing tutorials. I'm trying to think some more. Probably gonna update my car tutorial at some point. It's like, you know, everybody likes to do things differently too for different reasons, you know, and people value different things as well. You know, it's like, you know, I've talked a number of times, like people are trying to get their RPM within, or RPS within, you know, 6 decimal places of that. And it's like there's been no engine ever created in the history of man that has been that accurate. So I see very little utility in doing that. Some people, they get all hung up on that, and they spend 40 hours working on their one vehicle because they're tuning their pit all day long, you know. And so it's, people value different things with that, you know. But yeah, definitely can be interesting doing tutorials sometimes. You know, you get a lot of people who, you know, they don't copy what you actually did, and then, you know, you got to help them out to try to figure it out once, because they make copy errors and stuff like that too. So making tutorials is a lot of work. Oh, stop. I don't need to do that. Let me see, which part's the movie part? Movie, that one? Okay. Fill in all that shit. Oh, stop. Nobody wanted to delete that. I was trying to click on the 1x2 wedge. Let's see, where did that was, I can't see shit. That is, alright, right in the corner piece there is where the 2x wedge starts. Alright, right in the corner piece. I gotta cut one. So I'm just making a bigger ring on this too. I'm curious if this one doesn't have as much mass up top, so we'll see. But they have bigger rings because it's a big cog in there, and they have teeth on them, and then they'll often have roller bearings too. So. What? SSI peak? What? What are you talking about? Trying to see if I want to cut out the section here. I doubt it. I'm going to leave it probably. I like the weight down there. It really gives it a nice low CG, so I'll just leave my tracks the way they are. I'm gonna move the wheels. I'm going to try putting the cogs out front, I think. It doesn't really matter, but I might do it. I'll run the rollers up top. accurate to how they are on this particular model. Where were they? Oh, they can only go in place. So. Let's actually move you there for now. Wonder if I really get much benefit with dual cogs or not, but we'll see. I'll run it duals and then we'll see what happens if at some point I feel like changing it. The only thing it really needs to make sure it gets up to the mine. Drive up the big hill, and then it's moving around fine regardless of that. So let's get you in there. That's the main reason I do it, is to keep it tighter. Yeah, it's gonna. And which one do I want to move up? Move this one up. Okay. Oh, stop, devil. Let's see how the hell I had him, and then just work all the way I had him. Get him tighter like this. Can't see what the fuck I'm doing here. I guess they were that far off anyway. Alright, they were that far off anyway. Just look different because the teeth are longer. What happened fucking here? There we go. That's where we are. Alright. What's over here? Alright. Alright, there we go. It's cogging. Yeah, I'm gonna push this ladder out because the cog's bigger. Well, that sucks. Let's grab you. No clipping. Okay, good. Plumb these barbecters. There we go. I think it's worth putting a picture up today for the update because, you know, usually on these days they end up using their own pictures, so probably not worth putting one up to try to get in the vidya. Let's get on the update rather. Oh, stop. Stop. There we go. Neat. How did this one get popped up? That's why the ladder was fucked up. I was wondering why that was hitting, because I never dropped it back down. That's why. Okay. Thought I measured the ladder correct. Wondering why the ladder needed to be moved. Come on, come on, come on. I can't find it. There it is. There we go. All right. Oh, stop. Definitely I don't join up a wheel and it falls off. I knew that was going to happen. They're making them wonky now. Nah, they're alright. They're alright now. Alright, let's read a little chat. Yeah. Let's see. Definitely don't have a... I doubt we have an update yet. Let's see, what are the comments going to be today? Nobody wanted fishing. I knew this was going to be a paid DLC. Oh, what do you mean it's not a paid DLC? Oh, I thought it was going to be paid DLC. Didn't they say it was going to be paid DLC? No, they never said that. Comment sections are often quite amusing. Tragically so at times. Be better if the comment section was less friggin' amusing. Give me this, please. Thanks. Otherwise, it's not interfering with the stairs. It's a pretty simple build at the end of the day. Like, it really doesn't have much in here. It's two engines. It's going to have oil cooler. That's about it. It really doesn't have a ton of stuff in here. Why is this like it is? I don't know. That's where these should attach, but not gonna happen, so. Not gonna go there, so. Let's see, I might undo a bunch of that. Let's do... Does it move back any? No, not really. The arm itself could move back, but I don't think I want it to. I'll keep the reach up. Work on a door here. The center point on this. Good, you're an odd duck. Excellent, we like that. That's too high, probably right there, maybe. See what the height of this door is. Yeah, I'll go up one. the door. Oh, stop. Let's see. Exactly. I thought it was going to be a paid DLC despite every indication to the contrary. That's usually how it goes. Same people who don't read the updates then are flabbergasted when the information that was clearly in front of them is accurate. Ow. Cracking my knuckles. Yep, it'll be good to learn how net fishing works. Yeah, the other thing too is the yelling symmetry doesn't help because I read chat periodically, so the likelihood that I read symmetry when you say it is incredibly unlikely. Why is this one too high? Shiza. That's one too high there. Yeah. It's like there's a lot of things too, like the all the DLCs have come out in October as well. And those people miss that whole thing that again, major updates have always been free, minor updates have always been, and they've always said they've been free. It's not like it's new information. It's just the crowd that doesn't read anything is somehow surprised when they don't have accurate information. I don't understand it myself personally. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I do the video weekly update. It's like you don't have to read. You just listen if you like, and still get a lot of people who don't know what's going on. Yeah, if I put sunshades on or not. I'm quite curious how the mechanism works. I wonder if it's just a roller lock that's on the bucket. And then I think that's what it is, and I think the material is pushing down, and they just unlock it and slides out, because I think I see them swing it to try to get it closed again. That's we got engines in there. Might just heat sink this sucker up back. What's the hole diameter in this? What are you? You are 6. That's not helpful. Actually, that is helpful. That works. What are you tall? You gotta be 6 tall to work. I guess you could be 6 tall. Yeah, you could be 6 tall, couldn't you? Yeah, you could be 6 tall. Yeah, some of the comments are pretty silly too, where it's like, you know, you get people asking, especially after the space and pressurization updates, they ask for them to take more time and you know, make sure that they're less buggy in the beginning, and that's exactly one of the things they did. And then people wonder why they quote unquote hold it back. It's like they're not holding it back. They're you know, they're keeping it and testing it. You know, trying to get as bug-free as possible, which is what a lot of the community asks for. You know, it's just silly. It's silly. Okay, that went fat. So one of them is Fat Town, USA. Let's try 2 on that. Yeah, which I think is a good strategy. You know, get them out with as little disruption as possible, because it's a bad look for them. So it's, you know, I think they're doing the right thing. Is they're you know, most of the, you know, again, there was a comment earlier today. It was like, when you do some bug fixes, it's like, dude, literally last week was bug fixes. Every other week is like a long list of bug fixes. You know, it's like, it's just infuriating, like reading some of the inane nonsense people are doing. That's not too bad. We'll see if it has a shimmer. It's gonna be the same color, so sometimes you don't get the shimmer. We'll see. Find a collision to grab too. Oh, you fucker, you. Need helper blocks, so we're gonna be able to get one in there. There it is right there. Okay. See if the shimmer's ugly or if it blends in. Usually if it's the same color, it can blend. Doesn't have a black edge. Nope, those mesh in nicely. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Very nice, very nice. Excellent. Par excellence. Looks kind of like a smiling guy right there. Look at that. Oh, we're gonna have to take a pic of that. We'll jazz him up here. Let's get him all jazzed up, and we'll get him all good to go here. Definitely looks like a smiling guy. There we go. First of all, let's get you where you're visible there, guy. Let's get you visible here. Oh, Jesus. That was for the highlights. There you go. Look at that. bit of the old. Oh, that's not the fucking size I want. Let's go like that. Let's give you a little bit of the old. Look at the smiling guy. Look at the smiling guy here. Okay, you gotta actually change the color, not just do it in your mind. Rosiness here, a little bit of rosiness. I think will take us where we need to be here. No, that's too much. That's too much. Oh, come on. Look at that. There is that. Look at that smiling guy. Fishing's out. Copy. Alright, I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom and then I'll be good to go here. So I'm gonna quickly do that. Let me do one more detail here. Oh, that's not gonna do it. Doesn't like trying to get the fan color. It doesn't like. There you go. There's our guy. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna switch over to coffee break and I will get a coffee and we'll be ready to look at the update. Thanks for letting me know. Alright, I have returned. Let's go ahead and we shall look at the update. There it is. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and I shall record this for the video. Let's do that. And we'll go back to the weekly update for Wednesday, May 8th. Version 1.11.0, the commercial fishing major update. And the first screenshot is by. All right, let's go ahead and look at the screenshot here. This is how you find where the vehicles come from. There's a mystery to some. All right, there it is right there. Elisa Metal. Elisa Metal. Saw that picture earlier. It's kind of cool pic. Let's see what I'm doing here. Let's click on the right crap, and then we'll be where we need to be. Dear Stormworkers, the commercial fishing major update is out now. Check out this new update for fishing nets. Oh my god, English language, me speak. Check out this new update for fishing nets, fish finding sonar, population, and value variance, and more. Please see our recent announcements for details on what to expect. And the next screenshot is by. That was an interesting sentence. Mainly my issue, but that was a strange sentence. Right there. General Yidis. All right. Please see the patch notes below for technical info on this update. Please jump into the game and check it out. And the next screenshot is by. If I could click on the right tabs, we'd be in good business here. That looks like it. No, it's not it. Thought it was the same boat, just a different picture. Maybe I should have put my fishing boat up. Let me see, where are we at here? Where is that picture there? Probably earlier. Let's see. I saw Alistair's fishing boat there for a second. There it is. There's mine. It's funny, the people who can't figure it out, it's like, it's a work in progress, ding-dongs. Where the hell is that? Where is it? Oh, they went deep to find these. I love it when it jumps like that. You've been scrolling for a while trying to find something specifically, and then it jumps on you. You can't find the frickin' thing. Let me see. I'm trying to see if that's the same one, just a different picture. It appears to be different. That's different. It looks similar, though. Oh my god, stop jumping, Discord. Just like, wait. Trying to find something, you dickhead. Jesus Christ. I'm way the hell back. Where the hell is it? Might have to look at Phil for help here. Where is it? I put that on last night late. Like, is that really? They haven't had much vehicle showcase going on there? All right, let us see. Let me quickly, I'm just going to go in the game real quick, save this. Oh, stop. Let's save this, and I'm going to reboot, because likely we're going to need a new save for this, I would say. So, let's go ahead and we'll get going on that. I'll keep looking for this. All right, where the hell are you, picture? All right, let's see if Phil credited it. Oh, I'm going to use Phil. No, he hasn't. All right. He has not. I don't know what it is. We'll continue reading this, and then I'll do it later, or it won't. We look forward to hearing what you think, as well as your ideas for what you'd like to see in... Oh my god. If I could read a sentence, I'd be in great shape. We look forward to hearing what you think, as well as your ideas for what you would like to see next in Stormworks. Much love, Stormworks developer. And here are the patch notes. We have feature fishing net. Link 4 fishing net hooks with rope logic. Link. Oh my god, dude. Is it me or is it the way they're writing this stuff? Link 4 fishing net hooks with rope logic links in a planar square to create a net. The sides of the nets can be extended and contracted similar to a winch. Pulling nets through the water will cause them to billow out. Fish stick to the net and can be released via a logic node input. Feature fish biomes and rarity. Fish now spawn in appropriate biomes based on longitude and depth. That's cool. Fish prices are now scaled based on biome rarity. That's also cool. Fish hotspots exist in the world where the maximum fish density is increased by 4x. Fish hotspot map data can be purchased from fishing data vendors. Added server.getFish data add-on Lua command to fetch default prices, equipment type, and resource type. Feature fish finder detects a random fish in that area and outputs the yaw angle and distance. Very cool. And we'll see you next week for the next... Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't, even speak today. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week for the... Oh, my God. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week for the weekly update. Jesus Christ. You see the torment that I go through here. The Christ, I can't talk today. All right. Did I say hi to Rasmus? I believe I did. I don't know. If I did not say hello to Rasmus, hello to Rasmus. Oh. Sometimes it just, sometimes they write in a funky-ass way, and other times it's just, I can't read for shit, so. All right, let's read the comments here for, see if there's any laughs to be had, or what WTFs. Let's see. Can't even type today either, so I would say it's my brain is broken problem today. All right, good. Nice. Okay, finally. Relax, dude. Can the next major update add more cool blocks? No. The next major update was already stated as being fishing related, so no. So that would be it would be cool to have the parts, but again, they already stated the next one is going to be fishing. General whiny fix when? I don't know how to spell whininess. Not whiteness. How do you spell whininess? General fix to whining when? How about that? General fix to whining when? I like that. Let's see. I've been waiting since 9 a.m. EST. Yeah. They told you what time it would come out there, dude. They did. I foresee much lag. Well, why don't you go try it out and see? And then get a better PC. Dude, you really think they're going to go back to a major update they just released 2 seconds ago to add collisions, which will cause a bunch of problems so that you can just randomly maybe once catch people? I don't think so there, guy. I think that's pretty silly. All right, so let's see. Let's get this new save going here. So I'm going to make a custom for testing. All right. FJ, of course. Let's see. All those done. Oh, let's see. What do I want? Cargo containers for testing. Let's see. Creatures. Yeah, let's see. That's good. Dock bollards. Yeah. Natural disasters. No. Never. No. Never. Okay. Default oil survey. Yeah, we'll take that. Signals. Storage trading. Default survey mission zones. Tutorial. Never. Never. Okay, that's good. All right. Think we're good to run that one. So, looks like the whiny crew has not shown up yet in force, so they'll probably come in and be like, "Nah." So, we'll hear their general refrains later as they find something to complain about that we waited 6 months for this. Something to that effect, probably. So, we'll see. They've got a gift. Got a gift for their grouchiness, so we're going to go ahead and we'll get into the fishy of this. Oh, hello from Germany there, Max. 2727. Why did that not pop up over here? Okay, it's just late. Yeah, restream chat's a little bit slower than the reg chat. All right, let's get the music back on. All right, we got to get ourselves. This is my custom game, so we'll keep it on that. It's fine. All right, let's go ahead and we'll check out the beam trawler. And the parts. So parts are importante. Let's look at those. All right, so those are not in there. Let's see. No. Okay. Let's see. Do they not have them under any sort of category? Apparently not. Let's see. See if I can spot them. They looked in the pictures. They look like this rounded jobby for the nets. So let's see. Oh, you know what? I gotta update the whole game. Shit, I didn't do that. I meant to close the whole game, and I brain farted. Let's do that, and I gotta re-upload the game. That's why. That's what I meant to do while I was doing the reading the update. And I did not. I stopped it there and never went back. So let's quickly, why it's showing that. I gotta update this. Take a second. It's weird showing that screen for the Musica. I do have Chrome Cap on. That's why I did it. Gotcha. Chrome Cap will do it. All right. That's a quick update, so it's already updated. All right, I gotta do the save over again. See how long it takes to get a save done. A lot of people complain about having to do a new save. Like, the only thing that I find really takes any time is the is re-drilling oil. That's pretty much it. So it's really not all that onerous to do it. Let's see. Dock ballers we want. Containers we'll take. Fish survey. Default fish survey. So that's new. Again, if you want fish survey, make sure you turn that on. New save required for that, I would say. You might. Some of this stuff you can edit in the XML, but generally it's best practices to do that. So. Let's see. Going through all of them just to make sure. Signals. Resource trading. All right, so that looks like the only option you need to put for that. The fish survey. Also, make sure the animals are on. Default creatures, I would say, is required. They might have them separate now. I'm not sure. All right. All right, so we'll go ahead and we'll check this out. Parts, we'll see how they're categorized. And then we'll start working on the beam trawler, trying to get that set up so that it will work with the new parts. And we'll see what if we need to make big changes or if it's pretty reasonable. I think it's probably the way I have it set up is pretty reasonable in the way that we had it here. So let's look at fish. Fish. All right, so here is the net anchor. So this is what we saw in the pictures. So, an anchor point for a fishing net. Draw a rope logic link between 4 net anchors in a loop to form a net. So, draw a rope logic link between 4 net anchors. So, top, bottom, left, right, maybe. to form a net, so that makes sense. Mass is 3. We have release catch as a boolean, extend as a boolean, retract just like a winch. All right, and then that connects rope nodes. Sensor here is the fish finder. So a sensor returns information about a fish within 100 meters when submerged. This sensor outputs the relative angle, distance, and depth, so that's pretty good, to a random detected fish within its range using sound waves when submerged. So as a boolean for activate, composite is the fish data, which I assume will give you the relative angle, distance, and depth. And then it needs electricity. And then fish can go in all the hoppers here. So you can backfish and all that. So that's pretty self-explanatory there. Again, you know, I already see people crying about like, oh, this is a major update. It's like, dude, the part itself is generally pretty simple. The things that require more in depth is the actual mechanics. I think a lot of people miss that. Is the mechanics are what is important in a lot of this stuff. So it said 4. I'm curious. Let's try something like this. It says they will billow out. It says that they will billow out when you're pulling them through the water. So let's first spawn this and see if the nets connect automatically to each other. They do not. So it looked like there was a new node, or we used the rope node to do it. Yeah, it looks like the rope node. So, all right, so these are one-sided, it appears. So let's try this and see what it looks like. So first, kind of look at them. All right, so I don't see them. I don't see them. All right, so let's play with this a little bit. Huh? It's actually, we'll make a quick little test rig here. I kind of want to. I test rig it or I just do it? That's interesting. Let's see. So it looks like net node. Okay, it says it said 4 in the thingamajiggy. Let's go ahead and look at here. Here we have extend, retract, release, catch, extend, retract. So let's go ahead and I'm going to. Let's see. So let's make some logic on this. Again, I think we can make this so it's not ultra cumbersome. So what we'll do here is we'll go fishing net. All right, so let's go composite. Input. So we should be able to run, I think, just a composite input on that. All right, that will be a composite input. Then we want to do 1, 2, 3. All right, 1, 2. Yeah, I'm gonna probably keep it. We'll probably go long like this, I'm thinking. All right, let's go into logic, and we should be able to get this running here. All right, good. So we have those. Let's fix these. All right, that's going to be winch, or from connector. All right, that's going to be an output, in, output, out, release. All right. And so let's get that working. So let's see. Let's make it real simple here. All right, of course you turn the opposite direction where I wanted you to turn. Stick that there for now. Let's go. What is that? Release? Release. Out. And in. Alright, then let's get a panel going here. Should be able to run this. Oh, stop, devil. Go down all the way to the deck, please. Thank you very much. What do I have in there? Screw it. We'll leave those for now. I appreciate it there, Max 2727. Max 2727 gifted 20 memberships. So thank you very much, Max. I appreciate that. If you guys received a membership from Max, make sure you thank them for that. So thank you very much, Max. I appreciate that. So CG got one, Zachy got one, Darkside Tripper got one, Hollywood got one, Jacob, Mike Fast, Miranda, Uncle, Dust Chaos, STE Sylvester, CMX Largo. So, thank you very much, Max. Variante, good to see you, Variante. Haven't seen you in a while. Chort, Flick, Lonnie, Pickle, Ruben, Steve, Pin Throttle, good to see you, Pin Throttle, Zerfin. So, thank you very much, Max. I appreciate that. All right, so we'll go ahead. We'll do a bouton. Let's see if we can do a regular push bouton. And I think we'll make that. We'll change the numbers up. So, with that, net in, net out. Alright, let's do an arrow button down. Let's go ahead and make a toggle. It's likely going to take some time for these to come in and out. Right, let's see, dial 9. Let's go ahead and we'll plug this sucker in. Okay, I'm going to need an out on this as well. Let's go like this. That should go through there. Let's fix this up. Let's see, composite out. To winch. Okay, there we go. Actually, I can run the panel direct. I'll just run the panel direct. I don't know why I'm bothering with the microcontroller. Yeah, I don't know why I'm bothering with the microcontroller. I was gonna incorporate it into the winch controls, but I think what I'll do for now is just run this out. I think that's gonna be easier. Just run that out like so. Alright, that should work fine, and then that should be fine. I just need to change some numbers in here. Alright, so I did 3 is going to be out. 2 is going to be release, I believe. Alright, check it. And then let's check that. So it's a regular rope connection. It's connecting these two. It said 4. I'm curious. Let's run it like this, and then we'll put some more on there if need be. But I'm kind of curious once we start running it, what's going to look like. So I'm just going to mute up the music so I can hear. Let's go input electricity. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and I want to get this where I can see it too. Too far away from it. Couldn't get it to it in time. So it said in the update 4. It was going to require 4. That doesn't surprise me, so we'll check it. But I want to make sure the info is going through first. So extend retract is true. Release catch is false. I made that a push button, so I'm not going to be able to check it. I should have left it as a toggle so I could check it. Nope, it's good. All right, so everything's communicating fine, so we just need to work on hooking everything up. So let's go ahead and we'll grab these. It said 4 of these, so let's go ahead and we'll just assume that's working. Let's see. Okay. I do, these are kind of like a buoy shape, which I'm interested in as well. So let's try this, and let's see what happens. And then I didn't hook any of that shit up, did I? No, I didn't hook any of that. Let me see. Did I hook them up? I can't remember if I hooked them up. I did. Okay. We'll hook up the rest. So what we can do too is we'll look at the look at some of the pictures the devs have put up previously. But let's read the update a little bit again, and we'll see. Check some of the wording. Do you have your ships available on Steam? There is. I have some stuff on Steam. Not everything's released, but you can also go to the Discord, and I have everything that I've released on Discord as well. So, yep. But everything I have is everything that I have released. You can either find on Discord or on my Steam. Let's see. What was I doing here? Let's see. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's check the update, and I want to read just some of the text here. They talk about it. It says, link 4 fishing net hooks with rope logic links in a planar square to generate a net. So, let's see. They might have to be bigger, but let's see. And what we'll do is we'll look at previous, okay, so it's making it kind of a square. Okay, planar square, so it's going diagonally, it looks like. So let's go, let's try this. Disconnect, you scum. There we go. Let's go like that. That would make sense to me. But I don't see the net yet, so let's try to... Not seeing it. Let's lower this down so I can see. It doesn't make any sound as far as I can tell, so... Hiya! Alright, let's see. What you doing? Make sure these are all going... extend, extend, extend. Alright, so I'm not seeing anything yet. Let us see how to do. Alright, so I'm going to go back and we'll look at some of the previous information they had here. So, like, this is... we'll kind of dissect some of the pictures here. They're kind of hard to dissect some of the pictures. Let's see if they may have, I doubt they did, but let's see if they put up an example. So I'm not just groping around all day here. Nay. I do find part of the fun is figuring it out, but... Alright, let's actually get off the water for a second. Let's go and just make a test stand. That's always, I think, one of the best solutions. Get music up. All right, so let's again, I will read the words. So, link 4 fishing net hooks with rope logic links in a planar square to generate a net. The sides of the nets can be extended and contract similar to a winch. Pulling nets through the water will cause them to billow out. So I'm curious if they need to be in the water. They may need to be in the water to billow out. But I don't know. We'll have to look. So let me quickly see. So I'm curious if they're trying to have them crisscrossed or not. That's why the planar square made me think they wanted them crisscrossed. How are you connecting your nets there, Daniel? So that I can kind of fast track it a little bit. Like, how are you hooking your logic? Let me see. So it said 4, but I looked at like some of the other pictures they had. Like if we look at this picture here, it does not. Oh, come on, devil. If you look at, actually these might be right here. So like, see this one here? This one's a single net billowed out between 2. So it looks like you can connect 2 from this picture. And then this one here, it looks like there are two. So I'm curious what's the story with that. So, okay, they need to face one another. All right. Corner to corner. Okay. So let's play with it some more and see what we can figure out. All right, so first we'll just spawn that. Likely nothing. Okay. So, like they're drawing a logic line between one another. Is that what we're saying? Okay, let's try that. All right, so that's the two facing each other, and then said 4 total. So let's actually meant to get rid of those. Let's grab this. Let's just make them a pinky so we can see them right now. Okay. Let's open the mouth up like that. Let's go ahead and... So do you have to crisscross, make you go what, or are we going in a square like this? Maybe we're going a square like this. Let's try that. So an actual planar square, probably like that. There it is. Okay, yep. So it makes sense. Planar square. All right. So, of course, to answer the question, no. Nobody, I don't think any reasonable person expected the nets to hold people. Again, that's putting collisions into this. You know, that's like having ropes everywhere. So, all right, planar square like that. All right, that makes sense to me. That's good. That's good. All right. So let's go back. So can we do 2 is the question. They said 4, so I doubt it. So, yeah, any minimal connections, I doubt it. Let's try something real quick. I doubt it. They clearly said 4, so I doubt triangle's going to work, but I'm just curious how it... Yeah, so see, it's not drawing the line, so that's interesting. All right, good. That makes sense. All right, excellent, par excellence. All right, good. So this should work if I hook them up right. So... I wanted these to be kind of compact and to billow out, so. All right, there we go. We've got our net. Beautiful. All right, good. So that's working. Let's go ahead and let's get out there and go. Oh, excuse me. Broken ankle. Why are you on there? Vehicle damage, player damage. Get off there, devil. All right, let's go ahead and let's crank and we'll see. Oh, Christ. If I can remember how to run this vehicle, we'd be in great shape here. There we go. All right, battery port, battery starboard. Let's go ahead. All right, so we should be able to go fish for a little bit here. Guys, if the music's too loud, let me know. Yeah, 3 does not work. Yeah, it makes sense to draw, you know, I think they're going to confuse people with a planar square, but it makes sense. You're making a plane with it. You know, I think language, I think, would be a little bit better. Say, draw a square between them. But I'll put out a tutorial later. All right, so let's go ahead. We're going to be, ooh, if I can remember which one it is. We are going to be, what is the term? I forget what it was. Do you guys remember what the term was for throwing out the nets? There's hauling, and then I can't remember what the other one was. Because that's one of the lighting setups is for that. Come on, you gonna work for me here, there, guy? Fuck. I made this overly complicated for no reason, so I'm gonna probably have to drag it back to fix it. I've got it. I think it's doing Pythagoras bullshit here. I think we're doing Pythagorean theorem on this. Let's go ahead and I'll just fix this up, make it easy. I just want to get these out. Let's actually go ahead and we will dupe. Excuse me, get in there. We'll dupe this net over on the other side. So they really don't seem like they need that much logic, which is nice. So that is convenient. Yeah, you can imagine if it needed too much logic, you got to put in microcontrollers on there. I think some people had some fears that are kind of not really, you know, a little less founded now, where they were kind of afraid that you were going to have, you know, massive rigs to set it up. And I think it's kind of shown that you really don't need a massive rig to set all this up. So let's go ahead and we'll actually cut you. Let's put them all here. I'm going to work on this control scheme for the winches here. So I did a bunch of excessive nonsense with how I set these up initially. So we're going to de-excessive. get rid of some of the excessive nonsense on these. I was doing Pythagoras stuff on the winches, so just not gonna bother with that. What are you, toggles or pushes? Toggle. Okay, good. So let's go ahead and what do we want here? Never mind. Those are going right to the pivots. Why the? Okay, pivots, and then I need the top winch. That's why we're having issues. Is the top winch needs to? I had it automated, and this needs to not be automated. So go like this. The arms are fine. I was trying to do a Pythagorean theorem for some of the stuff to auto-correct the winches, but that's a little excessive at the moment. I cannot see shit. There we go. All right, and then which one are you? You are up right there. Okay, and then what do we need? We need to plug you in there, son, to here. And then what happened? Did I just lose the microcontroller? No, I didn't. Okay, that's right. Nope, I did. Did I not copy that right? I must never have dropped it. Okay, let's move you over. Copy you, get over there. I must not have actually pasted it in my haste. Okay, where the hell is the microcontroller? God damn it. Oh, I keep not copying the microcontroller. That's what it is. Ugh. See, I keep not copying the microcontroller. Annoying. All right, let's grab you. Put you over there for the 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th time. There we go. All right, good. That should be all set up there. And then we just need to redo the cable logic to there. All right, so we have the 2 now. Let's grab this. Double check that is connected. That is connected. And then I think we're good here. Let's do a quick test of the dock here. Eventually, I'll get these cables automated again. All right, let's make sure that we have... There's down. There's up. Okay, and then we can do net out. Can't tell. Net in. Okay, so likely they were working. I test them out as far as sending the logic through. So we'll see if it's a... you know, it says they billow out in the water. It would make sense that they're not billowed out right now, so we'll give it a test and we'll see what happens. Oh my god. Shooting nets, that's what it is. Yep, shooting. All right, nice. So let's go ahead and we will, on our way out here. All right, so let's go ahead and start looking. So I think they did a pretty good job of making this logical. You know, they could spend all day making these overly complicated. I think they did a reasonable job making them pretty intuitive. I'm going to stop putting that down. I want to see the nets go out, so let's get too much cable going on here. Get some of that belly out of that. Again, this will all get automated. All right, so there's the net. Let's go ahead and I have them as toggles, so that's net out. Not seeing it right now. Let's see, net out. Let me make sure I hooked everything up. Okay. So that's not working right now. Make sure I didn't get them backwards. Nope, nothing yet. Okay. Let's bring it back, see what the deal is. Alright, let's check on this here. Make sure I hooked up all 4 of them too. I believe I did. Yeah, let's see. We have fishing net out, so top extend. That's why. All right, I've got them in opposition. That's why. All right, release. That's out. Extend. What? Oh, that's release. Okay, extend right there. All right, extend, extend. Extends are the outs. Okay, that'll be why they're screwed up, is I screwed up, as usual. All right, and those are the two there. So the nears are there. Okay, good. Let's fix this side. So, again, generally it's something you do. It's generally not the game. It's generally something you're doing. The other nice thing is out is the outside and in is the inside. In. Retract. All right, let's check them. Retract should be the 4 inboards. Extend should be the 4 outboards. Release should be the very outboards. All right, good. That's done. It's tested here on dock. So, again, just a connection error on my cord. Can't see for shit. There they go. All right, perfect. So, again, that was a me issue. All right, nice. So let's get out of here, and we'll go test some fish. Let me just check my game settings, too. So make sure you check your game settings every time they do an update. Physics detail, back to high. Wildlife is enabled. We'll do full particle effects. And then, let's see, where is the fish one? Did they change the fish setting? Wildlife enabled. Where is the fish one? I always forget. Did they move the fish? Did they remove the fish setting? Because you used to be able to change the fish spawn rate. They must have changed it. Why are we at that resolution? That's what I need to know. Okay, that's interesting. All right, now I'm out of windowed mode here now. So let's do so we'll put in the proper light for shooting nets. I think it's that one. Listen, Tripper, I don't need your personal information about how it sags. All right, there we go. Did I start the engine? I did not start the engine. No wonder we're having issues. Yeah, I think they removed the fish setting. It makes sense because you would be able to turn up the... So it would be able to put you at a... Well... there is game balance, and so you'd be able to put it to an unfair advantage where, for example, you spawn mondo numbers of fish, of course, because you're, you're greedy and you want to make lots of money. you just spawn extra fish. So it makes sense that they kind of have a static setup. It makes it, for example, like they took some time to go. Let me just get this reveal map done here. They took some time to do some things that I think are cool, like make regionalized fishing. So biome fishing. Having biomes for the fish. I think they changed this too. No, okay, it just zoomed out. Looks funny. To do biomes for the fish, I think that was an important thing that needed to be done as far as a balancing thing. And so then if you could just easily increase the fish count, it would take away the reason for you to say go to the Arctic to get more valuable fish, or go to hotspots for more valuable fish. You'd just be able to turn the number up and do it. And I think, it goes against some of that planning, and I think that's problematic. So I understand why, again, it's kind of forcing you to play the game the way it should be played, and, I understand when some people get annoyed by that, but it gets you out of comfort zone. You might realize you like to play it better that way. That was like when they made it so you actually have to go get fuel. A lot of people were complaining about it, but at the end of the day, the benefit of that is it gets you into that type of gameplay, it gets you in that mindset of making fuel-efficient vehicles, and if you really don't like it, you can always just... you can always just click on infinite fuel. That didn't go away. So, all right, let's put that one down. All right, so those are in the water. Let me fix my day-night weather, all that bullshit. There we go. All right, now let's go ahead. I want to let the nets out on both sides. They're both going out. All right, so I have mine right next to each other. They're not really billowing at the moment. Let's go under there and see if we have any fish in sight. I don't see any fish in sight. There's one right there. So my nets are not really billowing because of the way I have this designed. I'm trying to make it like a beam trawler, which is not that billowy. So beam trawler tends to be bottom fishing as well. So I'm curious too. You know, you talked about the different depths. There's fish over there. So that's kind of interesting. Oh, so we got some there. All right, so I'm going to lower these all the way to the bottom. These tend to be for flat fish. So let's let those get down towards the bottom anyway. They're not billowed out very much, so I need to spread those out a little bit more. It's interesting, though, like, looking at one of the pictures, it didn't look like they had 4, so I'm curious if just the picture, the angle of the picture. So let's drag them on the bottom for a little while and see what happens. So I'm going to definitely open up the mouths of these a little bit. So that's why they're not billowing out, is I don't have a big enough square. So that's something to keep in mind as well. So let's actually we'll recall and we'll kind of rework that. But you know, it's pretty intuitive. It's coming along pretty quickly, you know. But there is a little bit of area for design, which I like. So let's go ahead and we will grab you and we'll go up. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say, what's that? Looks like a 3-banger there. Let's go up one more. You know, you could come up with some really neat net designs where you, for example, you know, you have extendable sections, stuff like that if you wanted. So generally, for these type of bottom fishing beam trawlers, they do kind of have a square frame anyway on them, so I might square out the frame. What's that, 3 bangs? Okay, that's 3-banger. 3. All right, let's go ahead and re-up that guy right there. All right, good. And this is now, I'm going to just copy over the other side again. So, delete you, please. There we go. All right, I got to see, too, if I can get my screen back on full screen. How the hell? Let me find my little app there to try to get this back on full screen and see why it's not doing it. I changed the aspect ratio, which it doesn't always like. Okay. All right, so let's take this. Go there. Okay, and then I think we'll do pipes. Let's do pipes. Yeah, I'm kind of inspired by some of the actual the beam trawlers IRL and how they do it. So, kind of trying to use some realistic designs that they have IRL. I kind of get deep into some of the stuff. I start like watching all the videos of actual beam trawlers and how they function, so it's kind of neat and fun. Yeah, I think pipes are nice and compact. Yeah, I think as a part, the part's not ugly, the part's not oversized. I think the part's a pretty good, reasonable size that's not obnoxious. Like this, that's not an obnoxious size to me. That's pretty reasonable, I think. I could go sideways on these and make the net even bigger. Let's probably do that, kind of default. And then I'll copy it over. Yep. See if I can actually do the right key bind and we'll be in great shape. So, yeah, I think we'll do that. Yeah, I'm excited about this. This is going to be good for multiplayer. We're going to do a multiplayer stream. Could even do it today if I get this moving pretty quick. It seems pretty damn intuitive. You know, that's nice. You know, you're going to get a bunch of people in the community. You'll see it in the comments section. I guarantee it that people are going to be like, call this a major update. You got to understand that they've changed fundamental things to the way the fish work. They changed fundamental things to the physics of the game with adding nets in. That's something that I never thought was going to be possible. I thought it was going to be too difficult. Often cloth physics is really challenging for a game to get because it can be very resource intensive. And they did it. And like, I'm not having any lag problems. And it seems like they did a good job with that. And I think a lot of people's guess that they're probably, or I won't say that. There's a good chance that this tech could move on to sales. You know, I certainly wouldn't guarantee anything, and I wouldn't get hyped, and I don't like building up hype, but that is something I think is definitely possible now with this tech. And so, you know, I think this is quite a bit of tech that they had to do to get this going and running right. And so that's where the major update comes up, is a lot of these things require a bunch of work for them to do to get to work in game. And I think sometimes people underestimate that, and I don't think it's right. I think the thing is that, you know, some of these things require a lot of that tech to be able to even function. You know, and we just see the final product. We don't see all the work that goes into it. And so I think this probably actually took quite a bit of work to get the nets to work properly. And then I think a bunch of this tech can be used for other things like sales to good effect. All right, let's put on the lights for shooting nets. I believe that is shooting right there. Yeah, 3 should be... no, shooting is 5. Okay, shooting is 5. 4 is hauling, I believe. And 3 is trawling. So... I gotta get back to work soon. He's in the porta shitter. That's too bad, Sergeant. That sucks. Yep, certainly appreciate you, Max. That was not very nice of you. All right, good. So I'm excited about this. This is gonna be a lot of fun. Especially this is good multiplayer. You know, the devs talked about their whole intention for multiplayer was not for you to go off by yourself in a multiplayer world with everybody, like, every corner of the map. It's more bring out a vessel, bring out some vehicles. You know, we've been doing a lot of multiplayer mining and kind of stick together. And I think if you do that, you kind of play as intended, I think it works pretty well. So there we go. So there's a net there. Let's move that over. I'll get this all automated. You know, if you guys have been watching, I was working on this for a while, and then I took a break to see, you know, until we got the actual update. And you know, I'm kind of glad. I'm getting excited about fishing now. You know, it was kind of in love with this build, and then kind of hit a brick wall as we didn't have the intended functionality. Now that's in, I'm getting kind of excited. So, all right, let's go ahead and I'm gonna stop this, and I want to see what the nets look like going out. So now they're a little bit more spread. I think this gives us some cool design ability to do some design work, which is kind of fun. All right, so that's got a pretty good belly in it. Let's go ahead and yeah, let's let them both get out there. Let's put them in the water a little bit more. But I think this will be a lot of fun. There'll be a lot of different ways you can design your boats. There's a ton of different ways net fishing is done. All right, so it looks like to me, in order to billow the net, oh, there's a fish right there. Did we just get him? Nope. It looks like to billow the net out, you notice how the bottom is kind of behind. So what we probably want to do is put a more centralized connection system in there. So that would be probably my next design change, is to kind of open the nets. You know, they have things like anchors and blocker doors IRL to get them to come out. Might be able to do some cool stuff with fins, where the bottom of the net, for example, you could put altimeters and get them to sit in a certain way. We could weight them. Let's slow down. I'm also going at max speed. Let's slow down and see how that changes the behavior of the nets. So let's go down to, I don't know. Let's slow it down. Like, we're going super fast. Like, we don't need to be going this fast. I think I looked at, I think shrimp was 3 knots. I think 5 knots or something for flatfish. So let's see where we're at now. We're at 7 knots. That's fast for IRL fishing, so. All right, so let's take a look at the nets. So part of the reason why I don't think they're billowing is notice the base of my frames is kind of sticking out more. So what we want to do is probably connect it where this one is pulled up more. So, all right, so I've got a new design idea on that. So good. Let's get that back, and we'll do kind of work on this design a little bit. All right, good. So let's go ahead, and what we'll do is kind of put a centralized connection in there. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll take this off. And we'll bring you down like that. I gotta measure here. What are you? You are 7. Beautiful. We always like it when they're odd. 7. And you are 19. That's gorgeous. Always good when they are when they're odd. Get that, please. Just get that, please. There. All right, good. Let's cut you. Yep. Let's paste that again. Let's grab you. Let's cut you. Now I gotta find the center here. So let's see. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 there. Cross. Okay. Let's see. I want to do this. I'm probably gonna do it with ropes. So let's grab that. All right, we'll line this up here. All right, so there's the center there, and then that should be the center there. All right. I think what I'm going to do is, for now, let's just pipe this out. I don't want to have it end up being where, like, the ropes are misbehaving. I want to give it the best chances possible to just work perfectly. So we're just going to do hard connections for now, and then we'll see how, like, I want to test out some rope designs and stuff like that. But for now, I don't want to go crazy on it. I just want to get it working, and it can be perfected later. Okay, there we go. Oh, stop. Twist, please. Twist. Thank you. All right, so let's do that. And I think you get pretty creative with this. So this, I'm going to move this just so that it has center of gravity. Again, you're going to have to worry about center of gravity stuff, likely. So try to get that center of gravity centralized. Let's get you deleted out. There, guy. Okay, and then we'll grab them. See, did I miss anything? I did. I missed that. All right, and let's grab this one. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I think this simple and it's intuitive. You know, I think the fun's going to be going out and fishing and you know, and playing with some other people. I think this is really good for multiplayer. All right, so now they should sit more flat in the water because we're dragging them from the center. Dragging them from the top, of course, it was kind of letting. You know, it's like taking a fitted sheet and trying to drag it. If you pull down all 4 corners, you're going to get it to straighten up. So let's go ahead and we'll put this on 5 for shooting nets. I believe we're started. Should be started. Let me see. Yep, we're up and running. All right, and again, speed is not always the key. You know, just as in real life, there's a reason they don't go super duper fast putting out you know, fishing gear. Let's see, go to the right there. All right, good. So that you can already see that is starting to billow better. So let's release the net. I kind of want to watch the net go out. So I think they did a good job of this. This is really, like, don't underestimate the tech here. Like, look at, that's pretty damn cool. Like, imagine all you need now is a boom and a mast for sails. You know, and so that could really be the key to adding some other gameplay as well. So I think there's some cool stuff to be added here. And then, you know, like, this is specific built type of boat. This is supposed to be fishing off the bottom. You know, so, of course, like, you build a humongous net, you're going to catch more. You know, and if you build small nets, you know, but, so it's kind of cool. You can have different themes and what you want to do with them. Slip the net out. so the boat's already plumbed up for taking on fish. So IRL, this would fish from at the bottom. So you drop these all the way to the bottom. So I'm curious as well. I'd like to see what we can to do to set these up to work well in the bottom. You know, so let's see how they work in the bottom. They may not work well, as you can see, because they're pushing. Yeah, see, the net's going to go through. So probably not completely all the way in the bottom, but getting them close, you can kind of RP, you know, doing a bottom fishing operation. Yeah, it could also probably come up with some cool rigs that would make it functional. Yeah, it's nice to have some good engineering possibilities with this as well. All right, so we're bringing it back up a little bit here, and we're going to see it get the net out. Oh, shit. Let's see. I believe I'm pulling this net in. I don't know. So this one here is going. We're passing fish, so we just need to catch one. Up there I am. Good, so there's fish in the water. So that's a new thing, too. Again, you know, we're talking about how you no longer have that fish slider, which makes sense. Again, just... Let's see. Am I reeling it? I thought I was... Oh, I have the reel down button up. That's what I wanted. I was wondering why we're not reeling it in, because I still had it on reel out. Yeah, so kind of the plan is... I think we're going to be able to get ready quick enough to be able to do some multiplayer fishing today. Like to do some tomorrow. And then I want to work on some builds Friday to get into multiplayer mining on Friday. So that's kind of the plan, I would say. A little bit of dredging, yeah. So you know, they said we're going to have another fishing major update. So, you know... It's really big enough. English. It's really building up the infrastructure here. So, you know, a lot of this is getting the behavior of the fish correct, getting, you know, the biomes. That work is done. So, you know, some of the people complain about like, oh, this is a major update. Like all you added was 2 parts. It's like, no, dude, it's not the 2 parts. It's like you could add 1 part and it could take you 6 months to do the tech for it. You could add 20 parts and it takes you an afternoon because it's a lamp that does nothing, that just looks good. It is a, you know, a toilet paper holder. You could do that in a day where you add 20 parts, and then you could have another one that adds 1 part that takes 6 months because it's actually complicated logistically, you know. I think some people don't understand that. All right. Nets look pretty good. Let's see. So I was trying to say, let's do a little bit of a speed change. So I'm curious if I get these tipping. So for example, when I first put these in, and I just had when I did the frames, it was tipping it so that the front was all the way forward and the back was all the way back. Now, if you notice in the center, it is. You know, we're not getting any real drag off the bottom. So one thing that could be interesting, let's actually do something interesting on this. So one thing we could do is we could continually move this connection up. As we move this connection up block by block, it would tip it. The other thing we can do is we can try to add some drag with fins. And so that would be interesting to see. So let's go test that out. And so the cool thing with this, too, is because this has 2 fishing arms, we can actually test each one independently. And so let's do the port unit. What we're going to do is, I think that was a, I won't make that comment. I was going to say I thought that was some sort of special film, the port unit. But let's go up like this so that because it's offset, we'll see if this will tilt it. The logic is pretty low key. Like you see how small of a microcontroller I need, so that can easily be built into this without looking garish or terrible. All right, so on that one we'll do this. Let's see what we're gonna do here. So let's go ahead and let's take some fins. Now take some small fins on this one. And let's go ahead and we'll cut you. Shit, I don't want to. Let's check. Let's not do symmetry here. Let's go that. Cut you, cut you. And we'll go ahead and so I'm going to see which one kind of orients the nets better. All right, take that small control fin there. I didn't mean to do that, which there we go. It's always the last one. All right, like that. Let's go ahead and we'll add a node onto this John there. So I think you could do some cool things with fins and everything else too, so. Let's try a 1 on that. All right, then of course you can pass electricity through to this connector here, so anything you did need to power, you can pass through the winch to there, so shouldn't have an issue with that. Let's go ahead and plug those in before I forget, and then end up having to re-grab the test. There it is right there. Let's put the fins in there. Let's actually move you. Now you can be centered better anyway. It's probably not going to want to connect now, will it? No, it did. Okay. All right, so this one has the cable up higher to try to pull it straight, and this one has fins within the center. So test those two designs out and see which functions better. Let's just set a waypoint for now. Let's put in our, let's go ahead and we'll put the auto pilot on. Make sure we don't hit the dock on the way out here. I think we're good. We should clear it, I hope. As we're going downstairs away from it. Yeah, we should clear it. All right. It seemed like a lot of people were building beam trawlers too. Saw quite a bit of that. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of space here to make some really cool equipment. Like I was watching the real beam trawlers, and I would say my net frames are even smaller than the ones IRL. So, you know, I don't really mind making them bigger either, so. It's a different type of fishing too. It's meant to be dragging along the bottom, so let's go ahead and let some out. All right, so this one has the fins, and this one just is more top located. So this one is already sitting up better, it looks like, than it was, and that's much simpler. So you can see how that's now like flat. So what I'm curious is, if I draw on the top of the net, can I get them to straighten out? That's kind of is a question I have. I also like, do they actually need to go in the mouth of the net, or they just need to touch the net? I think they said the fish stick to the net, so I don't think they need to go actually in the top of the net. I think they just need to stick to it. I think the better job you do at billowing out the nets. So one thing I think you might want to do is, for example, if I can independently draw in the top, might get better. I'm going to just go hit the head real quick, let this run for a second. All right, so let's look at the two different designs and see which one. So this one is centrally located with fins. This one's sitting really flat with fins. And this one is sitting really flat. This one's actually a little bit more, yeah, they're about equally cockeyed. This one's sitting pretty flat with the movement of the, of where the center connection point is. So they're about, say they're about equal performance. Let's see, do we get any fish? I don't think so. So one thing I'm curious is if I independently control the top of the net, if that will do anything. So, let's see. Up. We're gonna get one here. Oh, you run right through the gap. So I'm trying to think how to better billow these out. So, let's see. Passing a lot of fish. Let's see. So the problem is like the way they're slacking. So I'm gonna figure out some better designs. Yeah, I wish I had already set it up to independently draw on the top, because the thought is if I can cinch up the top, it will open the net up more. So let's speed up, make sure that they didn't set it where you have to go ridiculously fast to get them to billow. Yeah, the other thing is we could be going too fast too. So again, there's you know, they go certain speeds IRL for certain reasons, like, you know. Yeah, there's reasons why they don't go at, like, insane speeds fishing. You know, you've ruined the running gear. So, let's see. Alright, so that is at max speed. Let's slow down, see if speed affects it in any way. Alright, so if anything, I think the faster was probably working a little bit better. I don't know, I can't tell though. So let's draw them in. I might have them out too much as well. Let's bring them in a little bit. See how that changes. I want to see, actually watch them. That actually might be better like that. So I probably put them out too far for the, which makes sense. Again, you know, if you have them out too far and you have a small frame, they're probably going to just kind of accumulate. If you cinch them up a little bit, they might be a little bit better. So let's net in. Okay. Let's check that real quick. All right, so that is right up against the frame. So like, okay, it doesn't like it when you keep pulling the net in too much. So let's put a little slack on it. Okay. Yeah, it started acting up when I pulled in the net. Makes sense. Like a winch, you're giving it a phantom force. Get anything in this one? Ooh, that guy's close. Why don't you swim in there? I just need a successful test here. I'll go out a little on this net. So let's go take it back. I actually want to play with some stuff. All right, so let's see. So I think they were pretty equal in the way they were operating. The benefit of the fins, I think, is that the fins should theoretically help stabilize the net. So it probably won't do that spinning bullshit. So I might put some fins in there. Like that. Anyway, so this worked pretty well here. Let's go ahead and we will I just need to move that up. So let's grab this one. Let's cut this one out. And the other thing I want to test out is, for example, do we get better performance if I can cinch up the top separately? So let's grab this one here. We'll do a bunch of changes to this. So let's go ahead and grab the bottom set. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shit. Where's just leave that there for now, I guess. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, let's paste that. Did that get disconnected? It did. All right. Right, let's grab you. Oh, come on, drag there, dude. You gotta drag, man. Rotate, 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 rotate. There we go. All right. Try something. That's always the wrong one I grab. Okay, not centered. That's not centered. Let's run with this, and then I'm trying to think if I want to try to think of the dynamics of how to keep this net open. So let's try something. Let's go. Let's just disconnect this really quick from the top extension right there, and then we don't need retraction really either. So let's do that, and I want to just move the bottoms out. I want to see how they behave when I just move the bottom out. Oh, come on, dude. Grab the right stuff. Pain in the ass. There we go. So there's a lot of space here, it looks like, for innovation and coming up with cool designs. All right, so a little bit bigger mouth on these now. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to let out just the bottom of the net and see if it will kind of balloon open a little bit more. Go to this one first. What is it doing? We got some phantom force that I don't know about here? Stand by. Got some phantom force, I think, going on here. Yep, something's up. What the fuck is going on here? I got a phantom force going on here. Either that or the weight. The weight could be screwed up. I've got that weight that stabilizes it. So stabilization weight, if that something happened with that, that could cause it. So. Music seems a little loud. Let's go ahead and try this again. What is it doing? Oh, it's the battle cannon piece. I forgot I put battle cannon pieces on there. That's exactly what it is. It's the battle cannon pieces. Just add a lot of weight to the nets themselves. That's what it is. And then the stabilization weight's not heavy enough to overcome the battle cannon pieces. That makes sense. All right. We'll get both of them out, then it'll be even. That'll do it. Good to know, good to know. Alright, so now let's let the net out. I want to see how it behaves now with just... Now, see, it's still... What the fuck is it feeding out the top for? I literally, like, set it so that it wouldn't feed out the top. Oh, we got a fish already. There's the first fish. That was silly. Alright. Alright, so the nets are still hanging down low. I don't know. Did anyone had any good luck of ballooning them out? So I like that this doesn't seem like it's going to be an instant, like, go and get 9 million fish in a second. I really like that. There'll be hot spots, you know, that you can purchase. That makes sense. You know, I think we'll see how it works out, but you know, they taught, you know, a big thing that I put in my video for what I wanted in the fishing update was, you know, I really wanted them to do this thing that they did where it was, you know, they have different prices for different type of fish. That's going to make it interesting where you want to go to a certain place, you want to go after certain types of fish, you know, it kind of brings in bycatch if you want to, like, even toss, like, worthless fish overboard. Going to certain areas is important. Like, if I could just go off the dock and instantly let go back, forth, yay, done. It would get so boring so fast. So see, they changed it. It doesn't say $100 anymore. It says fish market, sell fish here, which is cool. I think this is much better. This is going to give you an incentive to say, for example, I don't know how they did it yet. We'll figure it out. But like, say you have cold weather fish, gives you a reason to get out of here and go up there. It gives you a reason to hang around in the red zone if you're searching for a certain type of fish. It also gives you the ability to take different types of fishing vessels and bring them to different areas. Like, you might have one that's set up to go to the Arctic. You know, you might have one that's set up to stay in the hot weather area. You know, you might take a shrimp boat, you know, that you liked off the internet and build a shrimp boat that is likely going to stay in a warmer biome than, you know, one that's intended for cod, you know. So, here we go. We'll get another fish. So, you know, I think that's cool that I have that capability. I don't know why the top of the net seemed to feed out. Oh, do they? Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if sales come. You know, that's seems pretty reasonable. What is that fish doing? That fish is acting crazy. So I'm curious how to get these nets to billow out more. So we'll have to play with it. Yeah, the problem with the battle cans, they can be heavy. So the battle cans aren't really doing anything. That's one of the things I was testing with this. Oop, there we go. You gotta get one? Nope. That was one thing I want to test out is if adding the weight does anything to really help straighten the nets out. No, it doesn't. So there's really no point as far as I see on that. Let's slow down. I want to see what will happen if we slow up a little bit. Let's go down let's go pretty slow here and see what the nets do. Again, like IRL, there are real speed limits for your nets and stuff, so you're not going to be going like ultra fast all the time. All right, so slowing down, I don't see any change. I don't know. It looks like the net might be changing diameter a little bit. So the other thing, too, is these are still reasonably close to one another, so let's go ahead and draw this net in a little bit here. Now we'll see how it changes shape when I pull it in. Because again, you know, bigger isn't always better, like sometimes. So it looks like the angle is funky. It looked like when we were going faster, they might have billowed better, but let's pull this net in some more, and then let's try to speed up and see what happens. All right, there we go. That's good enough there. Let's go take a look at it. What is that? Treasure chest. All right, so we got one there, and we go up. There's two on this side. All right, speed up again, see if the net changes shape a little bit. So what I was thinking is, like, if I could let out the bottom of the net a little bit more, if it would open up, but maybe it's letting out the top of the net a little bit more would open up. I'm not sure, because I think if they're too open for their size, it's gonna end up doing what it was doing, where they just accumulate. So like this one might even want to be drawn in just a little bit more. Okay, that's all the way in. So we got one net drawn all the way in. What's that? Stupid ass bullshit, I'm telling you. It starts with sea monsters on. It's fucking annoying. It really is. I hate the sea monsters. It's so stupid. Like, why do you start with that shit default on? For the kids? What the fuck, man? We have business to do here. I don't want this stupid ass shark coming after. We're gonna stop that before I have to deal with this moronic shark. Just catching up with chat, guys. Chat's kind of busy, so if you guys are trying to talk directly to me, just make sure you put at Captain Cockles. All right, so let's see if we can play with this some more and work on this. So the battle cannons are not doing anything that the fins are not already doing. So they're just adding problems, and they're not adding any solutions, frankly. What is that? Is that P, hon? Did I press the P key somehow? Stupid ass Megalodon bullshit. I don't need that stupidity. I really don't. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to make these vertical. So let's go ahead and grab this. Oh, come on, man. It's a pain in the ass here. Let's keep that. Grab that. All right. I'm going to end up... Yep, I did press the P key. So let's change the, like this. Let's go like this. Or let's go vertical. Let's try, like, let's go like this. Okay, I did not measure any of that, which is a mistake. I did not measure any of that, which is a mistake. All right. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Rotate to the top. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to the top. All right, so I'm testing a couple things at once here. Let's go ahead and... I don't think the fins are adding anything extra that the that putting this in the center or high off the center is gonna do. So let's go ahead and we'll take you, pipe corner piece like so. So the other thing too is I'm pointing these backwards, seeing if that changes the way the net unfurls. So that's another test I'm doing here. So I'm doing a couple at once, which isn't always the smartest idea, but we'll see. See how it turns out. Let's make sure. So I'm going to reconnect these here. Did I really have... What did I have disconnected? No, okay. I must just disconnect them on the side. Out. Extend. 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 Retract. Retract. Retract and retract, and then releases. Run this. Oh shit, I deleted the wrong one. There we go. I don't want to delete that one. Okay. And these somehow got detached. Because I think I put in new ones, so I don't know. Alright, so there's my square again, and then what do we got? That's hooked up. I think we're good. Let's test them. Fuck, that's not... How'd that get detached? I gotta make sure the connections are done. I think they were, but... How did this lose its connector? It did, though. I don't know how it did, but it did. Okay. Those are a little excessively big now, but we'll see how they perform. And just want to kind of get good proof of concepting going, knowing what to expect. Very nice, very nice. Alright, good. So we're rocking and rolling here. We got our lights for sending the nets out. So the way they did this, it makes it so you can have pretty light netting. So like you don't need to be super heavy too, which is nice and convenient. Okay, so see it's doing the belly again. Trying to get them to kind of like fluff out more, and they're not wanting to fluff out. So I got it too high probably, but I think that's better. Damn it. So I need that connector to go down more. So let's let this kind of, let's put out the other one. And then I'm going to let this kind of run for a little bit. I want to go look at this new fish dealer or whatever. Curious what the hotspots look like. And what the fish dealer or fish, whatever the hell it's called. So yeah, I need to move that connector down more so that it keeps the bottom of the net pulled closer. So let's run like that. So that's kind of a box net, but this one has a bigger mouth than this one has. So let's leave that going and let's see where this fish broker is or whatever he is. There's a sale point. Let's go through. As you can see, the sale points changed where they it tells you sell fish here. It doesn't have the price anymore because again we have more dynamic price. Here's the fishing data vendor right there. That's Sawyer South. Okay, let's go in and look. Where you at there? There he is. So, well, that's attractive. Purchase fishing data for 12.5, so that's pretty cheap. All right, so 107,704. Let me. I'm just gonna take a screen cap of that. All right. So the next one is 37. All right, so let's go back. Oh, there we go. We're going to get run over. All right, so let's put that in the GPS. I don't know where it is, so we'll have to see. I put it in the GPS. Alright, I gotta look at my screenshots to see where that is. Alright, 107,704. And then the other one is what? Negative 105, 324. Negative 105, 324. Okay, so I don't know where that is on the map. It's 71 nautical miles away. So that's a hike. So we're not going to head all the way out there, but that is kind of cool that if you have beds on here, it's going to give you a reason to get out there and go far, which I like. Like the game too often is like, you know, go from here to here, yay, done. I kind of like the notion that you have to kind of go far. So let me see if I can find it on the map. So 107 and change. So 107 somewhere there and then down. So it's right there. Okay, never mind. It shows me in the friggin' map. Right there. So that's where it is on the map. That one we just bought. So, you know, so this is kind of cool that you have to, you know, you can take some long journeys because so much of this game is it's just like everything's super close. And I was kind of hoping that they would be able to spread some stuff out. You know, it's just, I'm sick of everything being ultra on top of each other. You know, we can fish the whole time, and so this gives you like some people are gonna poo-poo. That's gonna take forever. And it's like, dude, you can put beds in your boat. This isn't like a real fishing operation where you have to worry about your fish rotting. Like, you know, you can imagine you're freezing the fish on board. You know, you're refrigerating the fish on board, and so, you know, it shows it's gonna take us, you know, a considerable amount of time to get there. It's oh, that's not this one. This is a different bearing. But it's going to take us some time to get there. What would that be? What was it? What was it again? It was like 70. So it'd take us like 5 hours to get there, which sounds horrific. But the other thing you got to realize, too, is you can put beds and everything else on your boat. You can set the ship to go out there on autopilot. It gives you a reason to have an autopilot. It gives you a reason to play multiple sessions to get out there. And also, you're going to be catching fish on the way out there. You can run your nets on the way out. So, like, to go out there, yeah, that will take a long time to get out there. But, again, that's not necessarily, like, I could have maybe drawn the first one as super far away, where the next one might be closer. You might have one close. You know, the next one was 37,000. Maybe if you pay more money, you're getting closer ones. But the other thing, too, is if you have beds and everything on your ship, it gives you a reason to build a ship that has sleeping compartments, stuff like that. Like I have beds in my ship, and so you know I can kind of hang out on the ship. You know, I could go to bed one night and let this run out here. You know, so you know that I kind of like that because like I used to enjoy going up to the Arctic, doing an oil run down from the Arctic and selling oil, and it's kind of the same thing. You know, it's going long distances for these things. Let's go look at the nets. Alright, so I've got a fish in this one. Nothing in this. So I'm curious about some designs, like some better designs, so that the net opens up. You know, one thing I want to try out is putting a winching system on the net itself so that I can try drawing. The other thing that I tried doing was drawing in just the top of the net and letting out the bottom. So be a bunch of cool things to try to get these nets to kind of flatten out a little bit. I'm leaning towards no on multiplayer. Like, I'm still doing testing, and, like, yeah. Let's plan tomorrow for it. Let's see if we can get a fish here. There we go. We got one. You know, so, like, this net has more area than this one. Let's let this one out a little bit. Okay, something screwed up. This one's not letting out at all. Okay, that's screwed something up on that one. Let's go up on this net, see if we can try to get these to balloon out a little bit more. Are we going shallow? We're going kind of shallow here. Why are we going so fucking shallow here? We're going pretty shallow at the moment here. Let's go ahead and stop. So that's a little bit, I don't know, I can't see the belly of the net because we're super shallow, but like this one's, okay, so we might just have like a like we might need bigger frames. Different type of, you know, rigging is going to be interesting to do. Like you might even be able to do active netting where you use fins to be able to have the corners of the net kind of, you know, so you have a fin that will go left and down and one that will go up and right. You might be able to do that where they really expand and you can keep them pretty compact. All right, so we got 2 fish on this side. We've got the one on this side. And something's broken when I did it there. So I'm curious, we're not going to head all the way out to this, the far away point, but I'm just curious, like, some of the biomes and stuff. So also, they talked about different depths for fishing as well, so I'm curious about that. I think there's a lot of cool stuff with this. A lot of possibility here. There's 3 on this side. We've got 1 on there. Yeah, I'm still curious if I can draw up, bring in the top of the net. So I might want to put in a operation where I can increase the, so I can manually move the top of the net in and out. It looks like the way I have them pointing back now, I can't tell if that's actually doing anything beneficial or not. Like if you look at one of the devs boats in the pictures here, you can see this one here, it has a huge span between them, and so the net is spanning in between. If you look on this picture, it looks like, see there's a gap right here? So it looks like this is one of those parts, and so it's essentially, it has an anchor point here, it has an anchor point there, and then it's stringing it all the way across that really wide distance. So they're getting a really big net on that one. But we're still catching fish. You know, we're not catching fish. See if the comments has devolved into nonsense yet or not. From Endo, why would you make this composite-based? Why would you not make it composite-based? Composite-based is exactly what you want it to be. Yeah, I don't understand what Endo's issue is with that. That makes perfect sense. Is to send, like, I don't get that at all. It's like, so I'm sending a composite through this winch cable, right? The composite is then allowing me to bring the nets in, out, and release all on one channel. If it wasn't composite based, I would have to send the information through for each of those, and then if I send out the composite, I have 32 channels. So I can run 32 channels through this one blue cable. So I can make the top ones go out or in. I can make the bottom ones go out or in independently. So I can independently control the top and the bottom. So why wouldn't you make it composite? That makes absolutely no sense to me. Composite is the ideal way to do it, and I think they should be adding more composite in the game, you know? I don't understand that comment at all. Yeah, well, like, what would you rather, like, to have 400 cables going, or, you know, you can get the same accomplished with one cable out of the winch, or you could have 32 cables to do the same thing if you didn't have composite. So that is why composite is king. Like, I would love the devs to go to 64 channels so that we can have one cable and have 64 things done. So it makes perfect sense. I don't understand what the issue is with that, why you wouldn't want this to be composite. It makes perfect sense to be composite. I don't know what his deal is. Let's go back to the comments. Again, here's a comment. They're busy with the DLC. Is no DLC. Somebody again wanting something for free. They don't believe in paying people for their work. Side trawling. I'm doing side trawling. Nice sales when. Make them collide with blocks or add actual camo nets. Again, people think they want this to have collisions. Why would you want this to have collisions? Collisions are going to cause all sorts of problems. It's better not to have them have collisions. Like you hit the bottom and your net gets snagged, boom, you're done for the. You have to respawn. You know, you hit a rock, done. You know, you hit any sort of object, you're done. You know, I don't understand. It's kind of like somebody wants them to completely change a mechanic that has like infinite replayability for something they might do once. I don't get it. Zero bug fixes in an entire update. Yeah, if you look back a week ago, that was bug fix week there, guy. That's when they did the bug fixes. Kraken and Meg. No, I doubt you can catch the Kraken and the Megalodon because it specifically says that the fish get stuck to the nets. Again, this is a fishing update, not a cartoony nonsense catch monsters update. Was not a Monster Hunter update. So we're catching pretty good fish now. We've got, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we got 12 so far, even with these imperfect nets. We're doing pretty well. I think that's what he meant. He doesn't understand why they didn't make... Oh, why they didn't make a composite? Okay. Like composite signal to the... So that you can process it off. Yeah, that makes sense. I see what he's saying. Okay, yeah, my comment was wrong then. I'll get rid of it. I see what you're saying. Yeah. That's why it's good to be clear. Yeah. So I think we're doing reasonable amounts of catching. Yeah, like we're getting reasonable amounts of fish. So that now we're out in a little bit deeper water. Let's go ahead and drop these down a little bit. So again, I'm curious if we like. You know, the cool thing is them segregating the fish to different biomes and depths. That's really cool. That was something I was really hoping for when I put out my video. And it makes sense. You know, there's a reason why, like, different types of fisheries do things in different ways. Like, this boat is designed to actually be dragging the nets on the bottom. It doesn't look like dragging the nets on the bottom in-game is going to be wise, as the net will, you know, will go underground. Not underground. Oh, go underground. You know, so it makes more sense, I think, to kind of, you know, you can still RP these, drag them a little bit above. But, like, I'm curious if the size of fish are different on height. We didn't really change temperature much here. Let's kind of look at the map. You know, we could, probably would have been smart to go north and go into the green area. But, you know, I'm curious what the temperature is. The depth probably has quite a bit to go with it here. Let's see where we're at here fish-wise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't count. 7 on this one. 5 on that one. So I'm curious what these kind of bonanza areas look like. Let's go ahead and I'm going to just kind of no-clip over there and see what it looks like. So let's get real tight on it. I want to get right on it. Okay, so pollock, that's neat. It tells you what kind of fish it is, too. That's really neat. I like that. All right, pollock hotspot. So let's see. Okay, they're probably not going to populate until I've been here for a little while. So that would make sense. And the other thing, too, is like I don't know if this is how they're doing it, but let's say the pollock is supposed to be, you know, let's say pollock is a bottom fish. I'm curious if, you know, if you know that pollock is a bottom fish and then you get a pollock hotspot, that you're going to want to go low, you know. I haven't bothered with the fish finder yet. But that's interesting. You know, let's see. We have infinite money. Let's do this. Like, I could see, like, having a... See that, like, this is the problem if you did composite out of the actual... Like, let's say you had an in and out composite from each of the fishing nets. Like, then you'd have to do multi-channel. I just don't understand, like, why you would do that. It seems problematic to me. Like, you know, you can run composite directly to one micro on there and run everything. Okay, so that's, what is it? Ballon Ras, hotspot there. So this one's 62,005. All right, there's one right here. What is that? That is... Why won't it show me? No, that won't show me. I'm just going to buy a bunch of them here. Might as well. I got infinite money, and we're testing this out. Ooh, there's one right there. So it looks like they stay up, too, so you can keep buying them. That one's in the Arctic. That's interesting. I don't even... where is it? I do not see you, Arctic fish. Fishy, fishy. Oh, right here. It's probably it right there. Oh, I haven't bought it yet. Okay, that's why. There it is right there. Interesting. So yeah, I can just keep buying them, too, if you want one closer. Very interesting. Yeah, I like that they're away from the islands. Like, so much of this game is, like, all, like, 10 feet off the islands. And I understand why they do that. They're kind of bending to the crowd that, like, has no patience and just wants to, like, go 5 feet and do. And you can do that. But it's also nice that those of us who, like, have some patience can go and, you know, go more than 5 feet and do. And so I think it's good to have a balance where, you know, you have some stuff that's close, you have some stuff that's further away. All right, let's go ahead and we'll drop some line here. So I kind of want to check some different depths here, too, and see what that looks like. Which one's my... Okay, neither of these are showing the depth of those. All right, let's call it there and take a look. You know, the other thing you can do is put on fins so that the nets splay further out. So I have a bunch of cool ideas with, like, putting fins on the nets to try to get them to go out in different spots. So, like, theoretically, you should be able to put fins on those net anchors and have them spread out even more. You know, so I'm curious if you were to attach to all 4 of them and then have it have fins, if you could splay the net out. So that's a cool test to do. We should have put a keep active on this. If you put a keep active on your boat, it should probably continue to fish while you're out there. All right, let's go ahead and let's do a haul up. And then I want to do some stuff with the boat, but let's go ahead and we'll haul up. So, all right, so for hauling, we want actually 5. I think is hauling. I think 5. The red light, I think, is hauling. I'm not sure. Can't remember which one's which. All right, so let's go. I'll look at the lights later. All right, so I'm trying to test, make sure the boat's working as well. I want to make sure I can do all the turning that I need to do and everything else. And I think we'll net in as well. Actually, you know what? Let's not net in. Let's not. Let's see what happens. But I like this. I think there's a lot of room here for engineering. That's, again, at the core of this game is an engineering and building game. That's what this game is. You know, I wouldn't say it's a build and rescue game. I'd say that's part of it. But at its core, it's a building game. And, You know, and people have the devs have demonstrated this on what they do with updates. Like some of the purists will give them crap for having, you know, oh, you're not doing you're not doing rescue every time. You know, it's like no. The point, you know, the game is a building game at heart. Rescue or search and rescue is part of it, but you know, they demonstrate with what they add to the game is what the game is, and I kind of like this that we can do a bunch of these different cool things. I think that's important, is to have some variety in this. And this adds some good variety. You know, you can still go do a rescue if you wanted, but when you want, you can also stop and do some fishing, you know. All right, so the downside about having this net splayed in the first place... What the fuck? I'm hitting something, I think. Let me get this over here. Let's get this other one up. I'm going to tip over here. Balls. I'm hitting the mast. I think I've got a phantom force going on here. So, yeah, I'm hitting the mast. So that was my fault, hitting the mast. All right, that fucks that test up. All right, let's put a keep active block in there. I want to try out some other net designs here. So the downside of having those huge nets is it's going to be a pain in the ass to get these to empty right. So I want to try to do some like active nets and see how they work. So let's grab a... I don't know if I have a keep active on this yet. Let's do that. Put a keep active on. We put 2 on. It's not the end of the world. So, all right, keep active is in there. All right, let's save this. All right, so I'm going to try an active net system. Let's see how this works. This could be interesting. This could be a massive failure or not. So I have symmetry on it, which I should not have put on, but whatever. Actually, yeah, it's not touching. I think it's off a little bit. All right, so what I'm going to try is do kind of like an active splay system where it, let's see. Let's get these together. Kind of do this passive first, see if passive works. If passive works, we can go more active. I have to probably winch to do what I'm thinking of doing. Let's see. Okay, that's roped correctly. All right, let's see. So what I'm thinking of doing is putting on some fins and getting these to spread out. Kind of like you have those doors IRL that will push the net out. All right, so this is what I'm thinking of doing is something like this, and then control the yaw and the pitch, and so kind of set them up to go in divergent directions. And I think I'll just reconnect them after these are all put in. All right, so this one here is going to be an up Now let's grab the constant, or let's try this, because this is where you could get really cool, complicated ideas that would be pretty neat. I'll end up probably adding that to, here, let's do this. This would be really cool if I can get like kind of a active or a passive netting system here where it, because then when I go to empty it, all these are going to come together once they leave the water, and then I'll have a long net that fits right in here like they would IRL. So that's kind of what I'm looking to do here. You know, this is where like people's innovation is really can come into place, and the actual engineering aspect of the game comes in, I would say. Let's get all this plumbed up first, so it's plumbed when I go to hook it up. And then that's beautiful stab fins right there. So release is going to be there, out, in, and then this will go to these fins. All right, so I want these to go up. So that's backwards. So these need to go like that. Like that. Yeah, this could add a lot of really neat dynamics to it. So if I want to go to the right. I have this all backwards. I should have, if I knew it was all backwards, I should have just, I could put a -1 to it, but did I flip that around? No, I didn't. Okay, good. So I think if this works, this is going to be super neat. Like, you're going to be able to make some big nets. You're going to really be able to engineer some cool stuff, and that's what I'm all about here. So let's go. Not that I don't have infinite electricity on right now, but that's that gives us make sure that it will functionally work when I eventually go realism mode here. Right, copy that unit. Move you over here. This can be deleted. Now, this one here, the only ones that need to be flipped are going to be... Stop that, devil. You're going to be cut you. I pressed U instead of O. There we go. All right, and then what we'll do is we'll grab these. Grab the tops. All right, so now these are the up fins just need to be flipped again. Okay, so those should be all set up. Make sure they're all connected. connected to everything they need. Yep. Okay, good. Right, and then I'm going to need to put a splitter box out of these, essentially. So let's go ahead and we will go... Of course, I didn't make them an odd number between them, so I got to fix that. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3 in between. Okay, good. Okay, there we go. The only issue that I would like is if the winches... Fortunately, you can't pass info through these. You got to go up to the next size to get info through, so that's the only thing kind of sucky, but not the end of the world. Oh, come on, stop being a dickhead. There we go. Now let's grab you and move you forward. Okay. Okay, let's go. All right, good. So that should, hopefully, we'll see how this works. And I'm going to have to send out info to move these mains down. So let's see. Let's see. Pass through in a composite channel. That's one choice. I could do out. Let's see if they even work. So let's first see if they work. So what we'll do is we will send through. Where's my? Let's grab a toggle. So I'm just gonna feed them out to start with, or feed this one out. I think I'm only gonna do one to start with. So let's feed this one out. Let's see. All right. All right, so that will feed them all out. And not that I need to right now, but we'll plug the electricity in on those. All right. So let's see if this even works. I'm interested in seeing how this behaves itself. I didn't hook the nets back up, and a bunch of shit just fell off. So let's fix all that. So a couple things there. Rope logic. All right, let's see what, I think fins, I got some fins falling off here, so I'm going to grab those. Okay. That's one of them. Bunch of them missing here. Probably all 4 of them. Yep, that one missing. Nope. This one's not even a line anymore. So if this works, it could be kind of a cool idea. Alright, so let's test that out. Alright, so there was a net between them. And we got to see how they splay. Now, of course, it's possible. You know, you just might have to make it bigger, might have to make it more complex, might have to put some logic in there. Just trying to go simple to start with here. Yeah, you can make big old torpedoes, essentially. Now, we'll see you later there, Rasmus. Thanks for hanging out. How's it going there? Owl, how are you? Yes. Yeah, you can catch some fish just driving around. Yep. I think the incentive is good to go and actually go in the right area. I think that's going to be a good incentive to catch copious amounts of fish, you know. All right, so let's test this new torpedo type method here. Because, like, what they'll use to open up nets IRL, see how they're all splaying apart now because of the fins? So, they'll use these blocker doors that will do something similar. All right, so see they're all going out now? All right, let's go send the nets out. Ah, this is working beautifully. This is working really well. Look at that. See them splaying out? So the top ones want to go up, and the side ones want to go out. So it's going to splay the net out. That's gorgeous. Look at that. That's good. So it looks like, yeah, I'm waiting for. Let's stop this real quick. We gotta let this one feed out enough line. It is getting bigger, but we gotta wait for this to feed out enough line for those to catch up. All right, let's stop this feed out for now. I can only feed it out. I can't bring it back in, but we know that it works. So all it takes is a little microcontroller for out and in. Let's see. So I'm trying to see if you can see this one's trying to go up and to the left. This one's trying to go right and up. This one's trying to go down and to the right. You can see them going. They're all going in the direction they're supposed to be going in. And I can't really test to see. It looks like they're spitting them out, the net out. But yeah, so theoretically this should splay it out. Let's slow down, see if we can get the net to open up more with a little bit slower speed. All right, so it's sinking lower at a slower speed. I can't tell if these are spitting out net, so I should probably just go swim down there and check on them. Let's stop and we'll check on it. But this is a pretty neat concept. I think this might work. All right, so net anchor is extend is true. Okay, so its extension is true. So I'm curious if if with some stronger fins, if they would, like bigger fins or more fins, I'd be able to get more splay on them. Because they have to carry the weight of the cables, so maybe some more fins would, they'd act a little bit more. But that's pretty neat. I think that's going to be a cool concept. What's up here? My engine off? My engine's off. Did I put the kill switch on? Maybe I put the kill switch on. I don't know. So that's already kind of a cool idea. I'm not getting the net as wide as I want, but I don't know why. It's saying that it's feeding the net out. I don't know why it's not extending it more. I'm curious about that myself, why that's happening. But this is a good proof of concept. This should work in theory, so we should be able to get this to go. So the cables could be the restricting factor here. So let's put out some... Oh, come on, dude. Straighten up, fly right. Stand like a normal asshole. Let's extend the cables and see if we can get more width on this net. Because it could be the cables are, you know, a limiting factor. I think it's the net, though. I think the net's holding it together. I'm trying to get more splay. That looks like it might be getting larger. I don't know. I can't tell. So it said they were trying to get a customer here. There's definitely a lot of room here for net design. You know, you got to keep that engineering aspect in the game, and I think they did with this, where you know it gives you some license to make some cool stuff. You know, like they could have pre-made nets that were just really boring. Instead, they let us keep it up to us and let us make the nets how we want them. You know. You know, you don't really need... Okay, we got one over here. So you don't really, like... You don't need to get them in the actual mouth of the net. They just need to touch the net. It's, like, sticky. So, like, with this hanging, doesn't really reduce your chances of catching anyway. But if I can get that to splay out really wide, it'll allow me to pull a really wide net. So I'm curious about this. Like these, it looked like these were sending the information out to extend. I don't know what the deal is, why it's not currently extending. I put a keep active block. Let us let this run for a little bit. I'm gonna actually put the autopilot on, and I'll go back and I'll work on a version of it and see what's up. But part of the reason I'm doing this is I need to accumulate the belly of the net in order to be able to get them to dump in my containers without just dumping them all over the deck. Okay, let's go ahead and put the autopilot on, and let's test some stuff with this new system. Hopefully it should run with, you know, I've got the keep active, so hopefully it should run with me gone. Hello there, Mandarin guy. How are you? Let's catch up on chat a little bit here. All right, sounds good there, Game Baron. Empty tank. That's interesting, too. Empty tanks. Yeah, to do, like, floating on the top. That could be interesting as well. Yep, that would be a good idea, too. So, bunch of cool things that can be done here. Let's go ahead and check this. All right, so I want to test a couple things with this. So let's grab, I want to delete this one over here. So the frame nets work. They work fine. They're just very bulky and cumbersome. So I'm very interested to see, like, all the things people do to come up with some solutions to some of these things and some of the actual engineering choices people make. That's always interesting to me to see how different people solve different problems, you know. So let's grab this. So I like this system. It's kind of neat. Let's grab, did I get everything? Nope, down here, okay. All right, so on this one, what I'm gonna do is over here, we're gonna grab some regular large control fins here. Maybe not large, mediums. And I can't tell where the CG is. We could do smalls if I don't have space. Yeah, I'm gonna have space problems here. I might just do some more smalls. Come on, give me the right one. Yeah, so I was thinking like that, but these are, let's just do a couple for now. So these will be uncontrolled just to try to get us a little bit more, just to take up some of that cable weight, essentially, is what it's doing here. So I'll use bigger ones. I've got them right next to each other. Let's not be lazy. I'm being lazy right now. So let's go like this. Let's just give it some general lift to kind of overcome some of the cable weights on these. And then let's try that float idea. So let's try weights on some of them and floats on the other ones. So the top ones will have floats and the bottom ones will have weights. What the fuck? Oh, I never connected it. That's no wonder. Okay. So I want to check these two, make sure they're feeding net out before we leave. And then I need to hook up the toggle here. So the toggle needs to go to, that's done, and then I need to hook up this toggle here. Right there, needs to go to here to be able to send them out. Okay. Let's try that. But like, see, so the reason I'm doing this too is you see how the net's all accumulated? So when I want to dump it in this funnel, it should be much easier to dump it in that funnel. That's one of the reasons I'm doing it this way. So that I don't, you know, I don't dump the fish all over the deck, and then we have to pick them up. Like when we're doing multiplayer, it's not a big deal. But it is also kind of nice to be able to get it right where you want it. I'm started. Engine's just quiet from here. I can't tell. Yeah, that was a good idea by Owl to put a tank there. So tank and weight, so the bottom ones will weight toward the bottom, and the tank will spread the top ones. All right, let's go ahead down there and start putting them out. All right, I'm going to start. I want to see what the nets do before I get them where I can't see anymore. So I want to make sure I get the net out as far as I can on these. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll feed that side out. We'll feed this side out. Wow, look at that. That looks like it's getting bigger now already. All right, so those probably, yeah, that's going to accumulate together. We're going to keep an eye on that one. Yeah, they're trying to, you know what it is? They're trying to lift, so I still need to have the bottom ones. I need the bottom ones to go down. They still need to go down and up. It's creating too much lift. But that is really, that's going to spread out nicely. What's this one doing? This one is like where it was before. So this one's not spreading very much. So definitely what was happening was the fins were too small to account for the mass of the cables. Now that's much bigger. Look at that, baby. Yeah, they're all tangled up, but what I'll do is I'll put in large fins instead of the small fins, and it should overcome that cable. So that was definitely the issue, was the cable, the mass of the cables. It just wasn't able to overcome the mass of the cables. But you can see that was why it wouldn't extend anymore. But that's nice. That's going to be able to get big. Like, so that one's a flop. This one's working well, so that tells us what we need to do. Very nice. Yeah, I don't think the buoyancy is enough on that. You might be able to do it differently and make it work. All right, let's go ahead and grab it. All right, so let's see what I want to do here. So I want up. Let's just delete them as I go. That's going to be the best bet. Yeah, so this is definitely working like this. So let's say we want up, up. Oh, Christ, what am I doing here? There we go. All right, up, up. All right, good. Gonna be hollow, hollow. Okay. Hollow, 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 hollow. Ah, these are too close together now. I gotta move these down. Annoying. Get everything on that one? I think I did. All right. Yeah, so now this should be able to overcome the mass of the cables, and then it won't accumulate as much. All right, good. This one needs it too. What's that one? What? That one. Yep, that's a downer. Okay, that's a down. So this one needs to be a hollow up. Okay, this one needs to be a solid up. Solid up, solid up. Okay, good. And then this one here needs to be solid lefts for all the yaws. Solid lefts for all the yaws. Oh, stop with the P bullshit. There we go. Solid. Got all four of those. Yep. Okay, then we do, what is it? Solid ups on the bottoms. Right. Yep. Then this one's going to be hollow up. All right, I think that's good. Let's check them. I don't check them, I know I'll miss one. Alright, that one should hopefully be good. Let's go and spawn it. Yeah, it's kind of more of an elegant way to do it, too, I find. Alright, what did I just click? I don't know. I pressed home and something. I don't know what it did. There we go. Look at that. So it looks like the lift is the lift could use some more work. So I would double up the lifting. Well, actually, no, it's doing it right now. Look at that. Perfect. There we go, baby. That's stretching it nice. Giggity. That's pretty damn good. So that's going to be super compact when we bring it on board. You know, it could probably even use more fins. Like, more lift fins would probably help it stretch out more. Because, like, right now I think we're maxed on it, and it seems like it's definitely a factor of the... nope, it's still stretching. You can see it. Gorgeous. That's really good. That's really good. So, those winches, they don't have the longest extension. But again, I don't... Listen, I'm not looking for OP bullshit. I'm looking for reasonable gamification. You know, I want it to be reasonable. I want there to be a reason to go do fishing, but I don't want it to be the be-all, end-all. You know, and so this is, like, it's still expanding. You can see it's still expanding. That's gorgeous, man. That's really good. Let's take a picture of that. Trying not to cough right into the mic. There we go. So yeah, this is nice and elegant. That's one of the things I really like when they do in game is, you know, during the Q&A, Delthars was talking about they don't want to add stuff that doesn't add mechanical complexity and interest to the game. And it was like, you know, somebody's like, oh, why didn't you add gasoline engines? Well, all you would do is you would, instead of putting diesel in there, you put gas in there. So if they can make it different enough where it's interesting, that's what the devs are looking for. And I agree. That's what I want in the game. I want it to have interesting engineering possibilities where you have to go. And for example, like you take 10 people who are great engineers in the game and you have them make 10 different things. You're going to get them to be able to do it 10 different ways. You know, I'm not a huge fan of metas. I think it's bullshit metas. I think what's better is like people coming up with cool solutions to solve problems. And like this is something we can do in game. Like we can have, you're going to see 10 different people are going to have 10 different approaches to nets. You know, I think this system's pretty good. I think I could get it wider if I used bigger fins. But again, like if you look at how big a beam trawler's net is supposed to be width-wise, you know, it's probably pretty good. You know, and I don't want to make it super OP. We've already caught 2 fish on this side. You know, again, and we've yet to go to one of the high density areas that have really high densities of fish. And so I think the limiting factor here is the strength of the fins. The fins are at 1. They're at max. You know what? Did I not hook them up? I didn't hook the fucking fins up, guys. I didn't hook the fins up. So this could get even better. I didn't hook the fins up. That's hilarious. I didn't hook the fins up. I'm surprised nobody yelled that at me in chat. I didn't hook the fins up. So let's do that. I do like Owl's idea with tanks. It doesn't mean it's not going to work. Likely what you would need to do, I would say, is you would need to have more buoyancy. You see how much force I need to get these to overcome the mass of the cables. The cables are reasonably heavy. So I think it'd probably, if you put bigger tanks with more buoyancy in them, you might be able to get them to do it. I didn't hook up the fins, man. That's hilarious. So these aren't even connected, and they're that strong. So that's pretty damn good. So, you know, yeah, I just realized that. I didn't even hook these up, man. You know, and you can, the logic's pretty simple. Like, you notice I'm just, like, all I'm doing here is the fins are all one. I just orient them correctly, so. Yeah, but I think the ability to really come up with some cool solutions to problems, that's what makes this game awesome. And I think it's where a lot of the games fall flat, the quote-unquote engineering games, is they make it so simple that, you know, you've got 5 ways to do any problem. Here you got 5,000 ways to solve any problem. And that allows people to have different ideas, to inspire one another, you know, to say, oh, that's a cool way. I've never thought about doing it that way. Or you look into some real engineering and you say, oh, you can do this and you can also solve that problem. And I think that's where the real gold is in this game. And so I'm glad they didn't make it like super duper simple, where it's like, you know, oh, there's a 5 by 5 meter net, there's a 15 by 5 meter net. Like, we can kind of dictate how we want our stuff to work, and that's awesome. If you have an empty, the empty tanks will float, but yeah, they might be too heavy. Yeah. You know, so I don't know about the tanks. The tanks could be interesting. You put enough tanks out there floating, and that would also open them up. Like, you know, there's a bunch of different types of fishing nets where they'll use, you know, buoys on the top. They'll use weights on the bottom. A bunch of different systems that are kind of interesting. Like, I could probably, if this has enough force, you know, theoretically, I could put weights on the bottom, and it would cause the bottom ones to want to go to the bottom even more. You know, so something like that, where just adding weights to the bottom and maybe adding tanks to the top ones. You know, it might be negligible difference. It might be a good bit of difference. You know, you never know. So, all right, good. So let's get this one over. You know, so when the boat tipped over, I was hitting something with, I was hitting the top with the winch. So that was a me issue. You know, causing a phantom force, so got to keep an eye on that, probably adjust that at some point. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll reel out, and then we'll reel these out. You know, this will get a microcontroller on here that allows me to send info through the cable that both controls all of these, and it also allows me to independently control the winches in or out. So, yeah, you can tell. Okay, this is backwards. This one flipped here. Yeah, this one flipped. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have an orientation system that keeps it oriented, but like it's not bad. Like, look, it's not acting correct. This one flipped here. But as you can see, it's not making it not work either. So this can be improved, where you notice this one's up, this one's the right way, this one's the right way. I might have put them upside down too. Those both. No, this one's upside down now. So this one's upside down. That's why, for example, the whole net is coming to the right. Is this one flipped upside down? So all I'd have to do is add a tilt sensor, a physics sensor on there, and put a couple roll fins on there, or even add them to the pitch fins, and that would keep it going in the right orientation. But as you can see, even with that problem, like, dude, we got some big old honker nets here doing good work, so quite content with this. It gets extra dark too with gets extra dark like this. I'm trying to see if I'm trying to get a good picture, but see. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do that time of day. I'm not gonna be able to get the brightness up. Yeah, I was going to do black and white, but screw it. Let's just get a quick pic of it. But the nets are working pretty well here. You know, theoretically, I could send out ropes instead of these cables, but I only need one cable. Just to, no, I'd have to then interlink them. This is a better way to do it. But yeah, I can see, like, we've got 2 fish here. These are big, they're pretty big mouths on the nets. That's not too shabby. We get another one? Yep. No, he went under. Perspective problem there. So the other thing too is like we could send, like, for example, this net on the left side. For example, I could put large fins on this side, and that would cause it to pull the net further to the left if I wanted to split them. Well, like, this is cool, man. This is like, looks like two braziers going down the road here. But yeah, this is cool. This is really pretty neat. I'm quite content with this. I gotta remember to save this one. I can remake it. I know what I'm doing now, but the yeah, so like this is a pretty good patch of that we're carrying of the ocean. So again, I think some people need to like look back at their own like commentary back when the fishing rods came out, because like they freaked out that, oh, we want a commercial. It seemed like the devs had this in plan the whole time. Was, again, they're just like they were recovering from the whole space DLC pressurization update issue where like the game got buggy. And they had a lot of work to fix, and they had changed a lot of mechanics, which broke a lot of stuff. And so they were trying to get out smaller, more reasonable patches that did not cause huge problems. And so, you know, and I don't think this stuff was anywhere near ready by the time they, you know, had the first quarter done. They were still working on other stuff. They were still working on the previous DLC, and because of that, what is this message here? You know, they were still working on that previous DLC, you know, and so they probably weren't able to put out an absolutely enormous thing, but they put in the beginning mechanics of it. And I think it was probably their intention all along to do commercial fishing. I think they knew it. You could tell by the language reading back, like, I was kind of pointing some of those things out, and you can see it's, you know, hindsight's 20/20, but you can also see, like, it was in the text they were writing that made it look like they were, you know, they asked for community input, which is always a good thing. You know, they had some of us make videos showing what we would want in these updates so they could add some of the ideas, or they could take what they wanted and leave what they didn't think was going to work. I think it's smart not to have collisions on these nets. You see a bunch of people like, oh, I'd like to catch my friends with nets. Yeah, that'd be cool for 5 minutes until you get a something with physics colliding with something else with physics. You know, that becomes a problem. You know, would you get stuck in your own nets? Like, for example, these are like just spider's webs essentially for the fish. The fish just get stuck in them. Well, the problem becomes is like you're gonna have your net dangling over you as you're trying to get it in here, and let's say you accidentally get adhered to your net. Are you gonna be able to then go hit the button to release it? You know, so you could get in a situation where it's game breaking, where the you know, you get stuck in your own net. So I think they did the right way of like not doing that, some of that goofiness, and just making it so that, yeah, the nets only catch fish, because guess what? Nets are only supposed to catch fish. You know, we don't need the bycatch of players. I think that's pretty silly. You know, I understand the desire for people to have that as gameplay, but it, you know, it could break a bunch of stuff that, like, why risk it? Like, there's no point. There's very little upside to that and a lot of potential downside. Not really worth it, you know? You know, like, you look, I'm doing a beam trawler, so I have 2 nets, but you could do one big net like this too. You know, you could have 4 of these and then have them meet in the middle and have a really big net in the middle. You know, or you could do like this where you have duels. You know, so. See if I can get a reasonable picture here. So yeah, I think this is a good update. There's a lot of good stuff here. Alistair, did you send me a new message, or was that just you respond, just emoji in a message? 'Cause I got a ping, and I was like, what is this? And I now don't see anything. Yeah, it'd be neat to try out the, I see Alistair's ship tipping over there. Let's see. Oh, what the hardpoint connectors connect? No, general connect. I'm just reading some Discord here. Got Alistair's got the Skylark out, nice. You guys want to try that out? It's on the Discord. Yeah, it's like the constant complaint is pretty silly. It's, you know. Yeah, and it's from a small group of people too that they just sound loud. You know, the other thing to do too is on these on the winches down there, I can add fins to the winches so it pulls the nets further port starboard if I wanted. I could even put in controls where I can control the fins and the convergence or divergence of the net. I'm considering diving back in. What's your current take on the state of the game? I've been playing daily the entire time and never had an issue. I took a couple weeks off after the pressurization update came out just to let everything kind of solidify. So I took all of 2 weeks off. The game runs great, again, but you have to have reasonable expectations. You have to associate blame where it belongs. You know, for example, if your computer is not up to specs, then you're going to have problems. The other one that most people, or let's not say it that way. The other problem a lot of people have is the game is intended to be run on high physics. High physics means that things are running the way the game is supposed to be. If you crank this down to low, you're saying, hey, I'm willing to have a worse physics experience. And so you'll see a lot of people, even some people suggest, hey, go to low physics. And then they complain that their crane doesn't work very well. High physics is the way the game's supposed to be run, so make sure you have a high physics on. All right. The other thing is, you know, we've been playing multiplayer streams. We had a little bit of lag last time, but it was because of my train. It was my issue that I had too many subgrids on my, and too many different bodies on my train. But we've been having multiplayer sessions where we've been having a really good time. Like the time before, we played 8 hours. I have no problems with the game. Game runs great, but I have a good PC. I have reasonable expectations. I don't blame the game for when I screw up the engineering. You see, a lot of people will blame the game when they screw up the engineering. That's something that you need. You kind of got to get around that mindset. You got to understand what's causing the problem. Is it something you did with your design, or is it something that the game did? And generally, it's going to be your design. There are legitimate game issues, but I don't think any of them are game breaking. You know, I love the new pressurization mechanics that came out in October. We've been doing air brakes and everything else, and you'll get other people who tell you, oh, the game's unplayable because of pressurization, and I think that's nonsense. You know, so I think the game's great. You know, if you have a terrible PC, then you're not going to have a great time, but that's not the game's fault. You know, because you can see somebody like me here with a good PC, game's running fine, I've had no problems. We're at 62 logic FPS, I'm at 147 regular FPS. You know, game's running fine. You know, the other thing I think a lot of people do that will make the game run terribly and then they blame the game for is they download 28 add-ons from Random Joe's on the workshop. And that Random Joe may not know what he's doing at all. And then you might have conflicting add-ons where one add-on conflicts with another. And so I think a lot of it is that the game's great for me. I play literally every day. I've got 6,000 hours. I think I did 128 hours in the last 2 weeks. You know, so I'm having no issues. You know, so I think the game's great. But again, like, it depends on what you want too. Like, you know, if you want to do things outside of the scope of the game, then it's not going to work. You kind of have to understand that. And then for some people, they have limited imagination, so they can't come up with cool ideas and things for them to do on their own. And so they want the game to hold their hand where it says, hey, go do this, then go do that, and then go do this, and then go do that. But it's a sandbox. The whole point is give us the sandbox and a shovel and a bucket and let us, you know, create our own stories. And I have no problem with that. Some people, they really need a story game to stay engaged. And so, you know, if you don't need that, then, you know, I think the game's great, you know. Where do you buy the fish data? I've been at one place. There's only one I've seen so far at Sawyer South right here. The fishing village at Sawyer South. I think it's just here because that's fishing village. There might be one. There's another fishing village up here. Let's check it. This is Arcturus is supposed to be a fishing village. I don't see one there. But there is definitely, yeah, there's definitely one at Source South. Here it is right here. Fishing data vendor is at Tajin. So there's one up here as well. I would say that there's probably one on each continent if I were to guess. I would say JSI probably. Nope. Fish market, no info vendor there. I didn't see an info vendor there. It'd be funny if it was at the power plant. It irradiated fish. I do not see one so far here. Doesn't mean it's not here. I just don't see it. So definitely Source South and at Tajin looks to be the two. You know, there's multiple prices for the fish, which I think was a fantastic idea. I think that having different biomes is a fantastic idea. Different depths for different types of fish. That makes it interesting. You know, if you want to go after the big, expensive fish, you might have to go to a certain area and fish at a certain depth to get those fish. And that makes it interesting. If you don't give a shit what kind of fish you get, you can just go throw your nets in the water and fish. I think that's awesome. That really gives you the ability to, you know, become an expert at it and to get some, you know, professionalism at it where you start to become good at fishing. Like, you know, I've yet to play with the fish finder, but the fish finder seems interesting. Composite data telling you the bearing, depth, and distance, I believe, to the fish that it pinged. So that way, for example, people are going to be able to, like lure wizards, are going to be able to make some cool lure screens that show where the fish are with heat maps. You know, you're going to be able to do simple, more analog ones, which is probably what I'll do, where it shows on an arrow, and it shows you the bearing to the fish, the distance, and the depth. Yeah, I think this overall, the pressurization update, I think, was a good thing. I think it got rushed out. I think that was certainly problematic. You still see on a daily basis, people will be like, when are you going to fix Steam? Steam is not broken. Steam has been fixed since at least November 25th. That's when I put out my tutorial for Steam. But you still see people even today, when are you going to fix Steam? Steam is fixed. Steam is done. Delta has said as much in the Q&A. Steam is where it's going to be. You know, you see people complain that, when are you going to, you know, I saw it today, like, when are you going to fix X, Y, or Z? It's like, they're fixed, they're working. Often the problem, though, is you see a lot of people that will say something is broken when their build is broken. And their build is broken because they broke it. They didn't build it correctly. And I understand it's complicated. But, again, that doesn't mean that, you know, it's like if you went and fixed your car and then you blamed, you know, Honda because your car, you know, isn't working right. No, you turned the wrench, you broke it, and so you kind of, you know, you got to kind of keep that in mind as well when you're doing some of these things. Is generally it's something you did. I do it all the time. Like guys who were watching yesterday saw me do stupid mistakes that caused my build to not work, and it's not the game's fault, it's my fault, you know, and that's generally what happens. There are certainly bugs in the game, but I think a lot of people will attribute some of the bugs in the game or some of their engineering mistakes to bugs in the game, and I think that's a problem. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll try to, so what we'll probably do tomorrow in the multiplayer stream is I'm going to try to, I might work on a little bit tonight. I'm just going to try to clean up the controls for this, but I think these are our nets. These nets are working really good. I'm not having any problems with these. You know, the controls are pretty basic on... Sorry about that if the burp went through. You know, the controls are a little bit basic for the nets and stuff, but they're certainly not refined. But I think we'll be good for multiplayer tomorrow, where we can get in here. Like, there's going to be a lot of standing around, but, you know, the general multiplayer crew doesn't really care, I don't think, about standing around. We'll still have fun. But like, you know, we're gonna be hauling nets we're gonna be pulling nets for a while. We're gonna be going places like the fish vendor. You see, you know, they're pretty far away, and I'm glad. I think the devs have really like well, I have no problem with them listening to the community who wants everything tight and close, and that makes perfect sense to me. If you have a busy job and you have 30 minutes to play a day max, or you know, maybe a couple hours a week to play. Yeah, you can't spend 5 hours going out here because that means you can't play this week. But I think they often over-listen to the crew that's like, I want everything 2 seconds away, or else they're like hamsters on crack. You know, they always need constant action all the time. And that's fine to listen to that crew sometimes, but you also need to listen to the crew that's like, oh, I would like to have a reason to go out here. Like, there's a huge, big map here, and generally people are in, like, tiny little neighborhoods, and it's nice to have a reason to go out here. And the other thing, too, is if you build a big, beautiful fishing ship like this that holds huge quantities of fish, it's kind of nice to have an incentive to get the hell away from the dock. You know, it's kind of nice to have a reason to have staterooms in there with beds. You know, like we could go out on a multiplayer session. We could go out all the way out to, say, this fish here and do that in a multiplayer session. And then, hey, we're out on the good. So next episode, we're going to be out on the really good fishing grounds. And we're going to fish this. And once we're on the really heavy fishing grounds, we're going to have to stop all the time, bring in the nets, empty the fish into the holds, you know, and then, you know, come back, you know. And so I'm glad they kind of put these out here, because what I would love to see the game do is, like, these islands here, all these islands that move, like, they're still way too friggin' close. Like, this one is ultra close to this one and this one. They're all right on top of each other. I would love it if this island was over here and this island was over here and then one of them was over here. And it gave you a reason to get around the map because, yeah, it takes you a while in a boat. But if you don't want to spend a lot of time in the boat, well, you stick around here and you stick in your neighborhood and you do missions around this neighborhood here. You don't go way the hell far away if you're in a slow boat. But if you're in an airplane, it now makes sense to go from FJ in an airplane all the way out to the island over here with an airport. You know, right now, why would I fly from FJ to here? That's incredibly close. It's all of like a 5-minute flight. This is all of like, oh, a terrible 10-minute flight or 15-minute flight. You know, and it also gives you good engineering problems to solve. I need a fuel-efficient, fast airplane so that I can get from here to there. And if you don't want to spend the time getting out there, you know, time is precious to you, we'll make a faster airplane. And that's an engineering problem you need to solve, how to make your airplane faster. And so to you, if speed is paramount because you don't have a lot of gaming time, well, you need to build a faster airplane. So maybe you build a jet or turboprop or something faster that can make it from here to there quicker, you know. And then when you get there, instead of spending all of 5 seconds there, you say, hey, it took me 15 minutes to get out here. I'm going to spend the next couple days in-game here and doing missions here. And then I'll come back, you know. Let's read some chat. That's good you coming back there, Steezy Moss. Yep, doing a little bit of fishing there, Terry. Noon at 9. Good to see you. Komodo has one? Okay, yeah. I didn't zoom in on that. So it looks like Komodo has one. Does it? Where? Oh, yeah. No, the fish. Yeah, fish seller. I see what you guys are saying. Fishing simulators, could they have... Yep. He was wrong. Got me zooming in the map for no reason, Alistair. I want that time back. You've stolen from me. So, like, I don't even know how deep my nets are. We're in 506 feet of water. So, like, you know, the devs talked about that they added it so that there is a different fish at different depths, I believe. And so the cool thing with that is it gives you a reason to come out here where there's 506 feet of water. Like before, there wasn't much reason to come out here. Now there is. There are certain fish that are down deep. And again, like, I don't know if they did this, but like if you look at this one, it says pollock, or it said pollock. It doesn't say anymore. But it said pollock here. So theoretically, if you learn that certain fish are bottom-dwelling fish and certain fish are top-dwelling fish, and you get and you're going after that certain type of fish, well, it gives you a reason to have a different boat. You know, a boat that is like a low. There we go. We got a second fish there. You know, deeper. You know, fish. What is that? Oh, it's the shadow. I was like, what is that? You know, so let's see. Get a coffee here. Got some painting to do back there. I need to put the ding in. The ding would be fun. Well, like a ship like this, like, you know, a lot of people don't realize that, you know, you spend all this time putting an interior in your ship, and then you only want to spend 5 minutes in it going somewhere short. Well, it's like part of the whole point of having a ship that has some amenities is that you can spend some time out on it, you know. And so having the ability, that's why I'd like to see them add some eating and drinking mechanics. For example, like having a big ship, like I could have the ship be completely empty here of living quarters. But if we had eating and drinking mechanics where we knew that as a crew, there were going to be, whatever there are, let's say there's 6 of us, right? Let's say there are 6 of us out here fishing, and we know that every hour we're going to have to drink 1 bottle of water, and we're going to have to eat 1 piece of food. Well, we say, okay, there's 6 of us, we're going to need 6 pieces of food and 6 bottles of water, or we desalinize water, and we remove the salt from it so we can drink it, and we actually put in a water drinking station in the boat because we remove the salt from the salt water, and that gives us something we need in order for the crew to stay alive, you know, and that gives us a reason to bring our big boat out because that has the ability to keep 6 crew fed and everything else, you know. So that's why I'm like I'm an advocate of survival mechanics, you know. And hell, if you don't want to do survival mechanics, real simple, player damage off, and you don't have to eat and drink anymore, you know, or put it as a checkbox. You know, I think a lot of times, you know, leaving things as a checkbox where people can decide if they want to engage in that or not is a good idea. Yeah, we're kind of in a no fishy zone here. There's one there. You know, so the, for example, the fish finder, I haven't even played with the fish finder yet. Let's go ahead and take this in. Actually, I want to test something. Let's stop. I want to quickly, so one of the reasons I went to these new nets is I want to see, so we want the nets to be able to go right over the bins here. So let's go ahead and bring them in. Oh, shit. I'm gonna have to bring it back. Because the other set of winches, I currently don't have controls to do that. That's the ship, the original ship. Let's just clean this vehicle up there. All right, and let's grab this one. And I want to save the net. So we'll save that as a we'll save the net as a singular unit. All right, let's grab this net here, and then I'll further refine this net. So this should probably be more centralized anyway, but let's go ahead and grab what I have here. So we might even be able to get bigger nets. I'll throw some big fins on this just to see if we can get even bigger nets on that, but I'm going to save this as a template. But this is, I think this is an elegant way to do it. This makes me happy that I was able to engineer something cool for this, you know. You know, I'm glad they don't hold our hands too much with some of the stuff. Like, a lot of the games, I think they fall down because they hold your hand all the time. They treat you like you're not very smart, and you know, it takes away that ability for you to become good at it and learn these things, and I think this is really fun that... let's see, fishing net, torpedo 1. You know, this allows us to use our creativity to come up with some cool solutions to problems, and I think that is where it can really get fun. You know, being too simple, I think a lot of new players especially will really want everything to be, oh, it's too hard, it's too hard, it's too hard. Yeah, everybody thought it was too hard in the beginning. I thought it was too hard in the beginning. But guess what? You start to learn some things. You get that sense of accomplishment. Oh, it's now not too hard. I now know. Are these already larges? No, these are meads, I think. Let me check them. But you start to learn the things. You say, oh, that thing I never thought I was going to be able to learn, I now learned. And then you realize, oh, well, I used to think that I'd never learn this. Now I can. And it gives you, now you feel like you can do it. And that's, I think, one of the most rewarding things you can get. And if the game was super simple, you would never get that rewarding feeling of learning something new. And so I think I'm glad they don't, like, cave to that mentality and make things overly simplistic. You know, and I think they do a good job with that, of balancing it where it's approachable, but you can spend thousands of hours learning this stuff, you know. You know, there's a reason why, like, you'll get games where people play 20 hours and then they go play another 20-hour game, you know, is you often find, I think, if you kind of spend some time with it, you get some level of expertise, and that really is rewarding. All right, let's go. Right. Okay, let's go. All right, that's left. So these are even bigger fins to hopefully pull the net even a little bit wider. That's our hollow left. And that's hollow right. You know, and that's one of the things that, you know, as much as it would be nice if sometimes if you said, oh, the physics is realistic, the benefit of the physics being what it is that you have the tools you need to do pretty much whatever you need in game. You know, we can use fins to do stability on boats and stuff like that, and it allows us to build it how we want to or need to. I keep fucking this up here. Stand by. Hollow right. Okay, hollow right. Hollow right. You know, so the tools are all here. So, like doing this, I can use fins. I can use fins to stabilize my planes. I can use fins to stabilize my boats. I can use fins to stabilize my car. We have all the tools we need. Once you kind of learn the basics of like how to set some of that stuff up, it's easily transferable, and you can really stabilize anything. All right, and then the other thing I want to do is this should start centralized. That's kind of off kilter at the moment. I gotta measure. I think that looks good there, I think. All right, so I want to make this, I need to add something here. So let's go blank. I think we're up to 4. So let's do right here. All right, winch controller. We want to go, we need at least 3. So I want composite input. All right, so what are we up to? Let's say 5. Say 5 and 6. You know, they said there's one more fishing. Let's see, out in. There's one more fishing update, or major update, and so the majors come out quarterly. So we expect another 3 months from now, so about August. You know, and so let's say, oh shit, don't do that. So let's say it's August for the next one. I would. Personally, if I were to guess, I thought that this was not going to be possible to do nets, but they proved me wrong, certainly. And I'm hoping, and I think it's probably going to be pots, because we have the nets already. We have stickiness of them. We have the attractive force of the fishing lure. And I think that adds, again, you want to add some mechanics that people can... you want to add a bunch of mechanics that people can engineer into their builds, and so like part of that being cranes. So you crane in your pots, making custom pots with the nets, maybe even, so that they don't make them for us. Let's see, just checking this real quick so I don't screw it up. You know, so I think pots would be a really smart next choice for that. That would make sense. Let's go ahead and we'll save this. Did I think I did plug them in. Let me just double check, make sure I plugged everything in. I'm gonna go ahead and do this right with electricity as well, because I want to be able to not have to come back to this and fix this template up. But you can see, like, you could build some cool hybrid nets, for example, where the you could have both this fin system for blocker doors to help open up the nets. You could do weights. You could do a bunch of cool things, I think. It kind of leaves it up to us again. We're supposed to be the engineers here, so gives us as the engineers something cool to do to actually come up with some ideas. Yeah, I'm interested to see how everybody else solves some of these problems too, and that's going to be interesting. All right, let's go ahead and put the, let's grab you over here there, guy. All right, let's go ahead and bring in the new one. The other thing that's nice with this is these are still big and heavy, but we can put these on the deck. So, like, you know, we could even set this boat up for different types of fishing and bring on the gear that we need, you know, and change out the gear as we're out there too. That's kind of one of the cool things with this too is, you know, depending on, like, we might have a setup that works really well at low, you know, deep water, and then we have a setup that works better in shallow water. You know, and so that's kind of cool that hopefully can kind of set some of that stuff up. Eventually I'll click on the right button. There we go. All right, so what I want to do here is so where are we at? Where is that? I'm looking here. I can't see it. All right, right here. So I'm going to try to do these with as little logic as possible. Oh, come on. Go back there. All right, let's go. I think, oh, crap, I forgot which way it goes. Let's look real quick before I screw it up. 5 is out. Okay. Make sure I hook those up. I believe I did. Yep, they'll look all hooked up. Make sure I got the composite. Yep, composite. Okay. 5 is out. Doesn't really matter to use the other one, but I'm trying to get them accurate, so. All right, so this is going to be net cables, extend, 5, arrow button, down, toggle, arrow button, up, toggle, 6, none. None. This one should have a none, right? None. Okay, and then this one just needs to go like that. And then that talks without a microcontroller, which is convenient to keep it simple. That goes there. All right. Merge those up. All right, so that should be all set up now to control all that. Catch up with chat here real quick. Let's get the boat moving, and then I'll catch up with chat. Kind of, a lot of this is passive, me just watching it fish for a little while. So, but testing's going well, so I think we'll be ready for a multiplayer session tomorrow. Like, we go out tomorrow with what I have now. The controls are kind of gross, and I need to check the electricity. But, like, again, I don't mind throwing in for electricity on for tomorrow and just playing. Yeah. Yep, so Muskegon's fish data is at Sawyer South and at Tajin. Oh, interesting. They're going with the boat, yeah. North Sawyer Port 2. Sergeant Scuba says North Sawyer Port. Yep, right there. So North Sawyer Port right here in the shack. Yep. Usually takes a couple days for everybody to find them all. My 2C5M, no, 2C is, it's 2-cylinder. Yeah, the 2C is the cylinder count, so that should be a 2-cylinder. Did I make, is it a 3? I think it's a 2. I guess you could, Daniel. Yeah, I'm not too... It doesn't interest me too much to, like, kind of jerry some of the stuff either. I would rather wait till they get it in. You know, there's plenty of gameplay for me to play, like, you know, mining and everything else that... Like, I wasn't all that interested in making, like, my own nets and dragging hoppers around, kind of doing it, you know, dirty. I'd rather just wait to see what they come up with, you know. There's plenty of stuff for me to do, and... till the proper version of it's in. All right, so those are all large fins now, so that should, it looks like they're pulling out like crazy now, so hopefully it will be good with that. You know, like a bunch of people would like recommend add-ons to me. I don't like using the add-ons from third-party people either. It's like it's asking for trouble as far as I'm concerned about like getting into something that you get a bunch of conflicts. You know, I'd much rather wait for something innate that frankly works, you know. That's not going to get broken by an update. You know, a lot of people blame the devs for when an add-on gets broken. It's like you've got two sets of developers there. You got the developers of the game, and you also have the developers of the add-on. And if the developers of the add-on aren't keeping up with the updates of the game, then you know the add-on's going to break, and it's going to cause you tons of problems. You know, so that one looks like it's hitting on the right. Let's go ahead and stop the main cable out. Let's stop that one. Now, it was like with Kerbal, you know, every big update, you'd have a bunch of stuff broken by the you know, add-ons broken by the game update, and you know it's you know it's up to the add-on developers to then fix it, you know. And there, you know, you get some of those get abandoned from time to time, and oh, there we go. There's a fish. Gonna get him? Yeah, we got him. Haha, sucker. But the other thing that's cool now is I think it's important. It was something that was in my video. Again, I don't take credit for it happening, but you know, it was one of my ideas, and it was an idea of mine because it's logical, is to have different different prices for different fish. And part of the thing that's gonna be cool is like before, you really didn't care what fish you caught. You caught a tiny little piece of crap, this fish, and it was worth the same as a big old one of these. And so now, I don't know if the sizes are matter. I don't think it probably does. I think it's probably one model for all of them, for each species. But now you'll start to like recognize the names of the different fish because you realize, oh, that fish makes me lots of money. I like that fish. Ooh, I caught a pollock. That's worth good money. And it starts to make it interesting to fish different areas. Like you might become a pollock expert where, like, I'm just making it up until I know, but like, let's say it's deep water fish in cold water. So like you like to hang out in cold water and your boat is set up for deep water fishing. And so, you know, you really like to go after pollock, you know, and it gives you a little bit of an area to be a specialist, you know. I think that's fun. You know, but I like the beam trawling. I like having to run two different nets. I think that's a lot more fun to me than running one. Like, you notice right now I'm fishing at two different depths. So that's the benefit of this too, is I can fish at two different depths. You know, I could put them next to each other and have a big wide net. Like, let's say the fish finder tells me the fish are at 50 meters, okay? So it makes sense that if most of the fish are at 50 meters, or I'm getting a lot of pings at 50 meters, that I put both nets down at 50 meters. If I'm getting pings at 50 and 100, I might want to split the nets, put one at 50, one at 100. So that's one of the reasons I like the beam trawlers. It gives me a little bit of variability there. Yeah, going up north would be kind of nice. I don't know if I have a heater on the boat, but we could all wear gear. I think there's warm weather gear in all the cabins. Yeah, I think it's a cool idea though to put the net in front of the hopper. Just, I think hoppers are kind of clunky for me to do that stuff with. I'm interested in seeing if that's what the devs do next. Like, I think they'll do a pretty good job in the art. Like, I'm quite content with how the nets turned out. I think they turned out nice. You know, so I'm quite interested to see how they would do hoppers. All right, so we got what, 4 fish in this one, not in the other one. So like we got 1. So we've got 4 fish in the other one. We've got like 1 in this one. So let's see if depth is the thing. So let's lower this one down some more on the port side. So like if you're getting a lot in one net and not a lot in the other, you might want to, lower it down. The other thing too is I'm curious how long the cables currently are on the winches for the nets. What do we get on those? I forget how many meters we get on those, but I'm not putting big winches on those, but see, I'm curious how long these are, if that's max length too. Yeah, the boat's working well. All right, let's put in GPS coordinates here. Let's just do this one here. Let's see if we can get any close. See if we can get a closer spot here. Oh, okay. How would like if we compose the net anchors with a composite node? How would you like it if we could control the net anchors with a composite node? I think that would be good. I would go for it. I see what the comment from Endo was saying now, but I didn't get it at first. But I think it's always best to have a composite node on there. That would be my thing. The problem is, again, my desires are going to be a lot different than what some of the other people in the community are too. And so like you have some people who are so mystified by composites, and so if the devs just make a unilateral decision that they're only going to do composites now, they're going to alienate a lot of people who just don't know how to work composites. And so for me personally, as somebody who's experienced with it, I would love it if all nodes were composite nodes. But you're going to get a bunch of community who has no clue how to use them. And, for us, independently, like, it doesn't really matter if somebody else is like, oh, well, too bad. If they either learn it or they don't play. Well, that's an easy thing to say as a player, but it's not an easy thing to say if you're the developer who needs to make the game for enough people that they can stay in business too. So it's easy for me to say just add composite nodes. I would love it if it was just a composite node on there, but I think part of the reason they do this is to simplify it for some of the community as well. Let's put this on 3. That is the channel for trawling. So I would love it if it was just composite nodes, frankly, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if you could just leave the gill nets out there. Yeah, I agree with Citrus. Like, it'd be fun if you had, like, I wouldn't say have to, but like there should be an incentive to transport the fish more. And like a lot of games have that stepped logistics where, for example, like you could bring the fish back and you could sell them here. And so, like, let's say you have 5 fish, right? It makes sense to just sell them here, right? But let's say you have 5,000 fish. Well, say you get a premium if you take the fish, offload them onto a truck, and then you drive them to the grocery store. Let's say, like, it doesn't have to be complicated. It could be, we have Enzo Cat's Village. Let's say there's a little grocery store here. And so there is a, you know, a grocery store here. And so you get about an extra 10% if you go to the grocery store. So now for 10% of 5 fish, does it make sense to do that? No, because your time is worth more than that. If you have 5,000 fish, well, what do? You load the fish into a truck. It's still going to take you the same amount of time. The truck really doesn't cost you anything because you put it back in the workbench. The fuel might be a little bit more, but it's not that much more. And so now it makes sense to take that extra 10% off 5,000 fish and drive them to the grocery store. So I think something like that would be a good addition to a lot of game things. For example, like, you know, we've been doing a lot of mining lately. We take aluminum, we sell aluminum ore here, but if you added a place where, let's say it was, where is it? I was trying to find Carnival's. Here's Karl Industries right here. So let's say Karl Industries is a steel mill. And so what you do here is instead, oh, what's this? There's a fish vendor down here at Chris's Ranch, right here. All right. Let's say that so that's the one on this island, or one of the ones on this island. So let's say that instead of just dropping the aluminum off here, you go over to the industries and you turn the aluminum into foil. And so now, once you, instead of going there, you go here, and you don't get, so let's say you get paid an extra, you wouldn't want to get paid extra to go this little distance, but let's say that it converts the aluminum into aluminum foil, and then you can take the aluminum foil and sell it at the grocery store, and that gets you more money. I like those step types of logistics because it lets you, like, take as long as you want to do it or as little as you want, and, like, you might not like driving around, and so driving around again, you're finally sick of it, you don't want to drive around again, so you say, screw it, I won't take the premium. You know, so that would be kind of cool with fish. Let's go back and see what we're doing on the boat here. All right, let's go look down at the nets. All right, we got a couple on this one. The other thing that would be cool, too, is you could put a camera right here. And you could put an antenna on the video antenna, and you could actually look at what's in your nets. So that would be kind of cool, too. You know, so that's something I can add, too. So, like, you can get as complex or as, like, simple as you want with this. I think that's really neat. So, like, I want to add a camera right in the back of this right here, and then look at this net. Like, you know, you don't have to send it necessarily through the through a radio. You could do it back through the winch, potentially. But yeah, so, like, I think this depth change has got us more fish now. All right, let's go ahead and let's reel some in. I now have all the stuff I need to reel some fish in, so let's go ahead and I want to test that out. I want to make sure everything functionally works for tomorrow. I don't need it to be perfect. I just need it to functionally work where, like, stuff's not breaking. That's the main thing for me for multiplayer. I don't want to have to, like, you know, guys, let's despawn again. You know, that shit gets old. So we'll see how this works. Did I put the dropper on there? I don't know if I attached the dropper. Oh, it's right here. It is right there. Release catch is right there. I did. I just forgot. Alright, this one's almost here. Yeah, I think this is a kind of an elegant solution to this. I think it's neat. These are really super duper compact. What is that? Fish freaking out. There's a fish freaking out right there. Little fishy freaking out there. Oh, look at that. We got a big Dorado. Nice. Here, let's take a pic of this. I need to pick some. There we go. What's my, okay, FOV is good. Trying to get right on the fish there. Alright, so let's get this one here first. So I think they did a good job of this. You know, it's attractive. They look good. Again, I didn't think they were going to be able to do any sort of cloth physics and not have issues. And I'm not lagged out at all. Like, I'm at 62. I've been at 62 the whole time. Fuck, my goddamn... This is hitting something right here. There's an invisible you know what it is? It's the rope. I'm hitting that rope. As soon as I hit that rope, we go over. So that's the problem there, is I have a collision problem, so I got to get rid of those ropes. That's a pain in the balls. All right. So those need to be moved or gotten rid of. Yeah, as soon as I hit those, let's test it to make sure that's what's causing the problems. I'm wanting to dump a friggin' fish. I think I'm pretty convinced the fish will just drop fine. Like, so let's go ahead and I meant to spawn it. What did I do here? Spawn this, and then I want to test this. All right, let's go ahead and swing in. I think as soon as I hit that, let's let some line out. As soon as I hit this rope right here, it kind of freaks. So I got to deal with that. I want to make sure that's what's causing it before I delete the rope. Alright, so it's fine there. Let's go down. Excuse me, all this crap that I'm walking on here. Oh, that's the wrong way. Go this way and then go down. Yeah, I think it's getting hung up on top of the winch. But I don't know. I gotta see where it's hitting that's causing problems. Alright, so it's definitely, I think it's something to do with, it's definitely this hitting. It could be this hitting here. Let me see, is there a collision there? Something is hitting, so it's a collision problem. I gotta figure that out and fix that. Go up. Alright, it likes to do it when the other one is out, so... Let's get the other one out, see what's up. There we go. That's gonna go now. Yep, there it is. Alright, so... I'm trying to think what it is. The counterweight should be counterweighting for the mass. So I think what it is the... it's pushing on that cable, and it's enough force that it's overcoming it. So, yeah. It's a phantom force from it pushing on that cable. And the force has to go somewhere. The cable can't snap in game. So the force has to go somewhere. So let's see if that's it. I'll go ahead and delete these cables here, and we'll see if that's what's causing it. Let's see where are we at here. Let us see if it's that. If not, it's another collision problem. It's definitely a collision, so I can check the F2 menu to see what the collision is. Just don't know what the collision exactly is yet. So it's likely, I would say, it's somewhere there. All right, so this one need all the way in, and then the other one I need to go out, so. But again, that's a design problem on my end. Not hitting the light, is it? Let's check the light. I don't think it's hitting the light. Let's go out on this one, see if this causes the problem again. Alright, so there it comes. So let's check the counterweight, see what the counterweight's doing, make sure the counterweight's working. Alright, counterweight's all the way to the correct side, so it's not the counterweight causing problems. Let's try to save this real fast before it fucking tips over, so I don't have to do this test 28 times. So it's definitely not the cables. So let's bring them both in at once and see what happens. And see if this fixes it. So yeah, it doesn't like one of them being out at the same time. One of them being out, so probably just kind of a rule. It's got to be raised here to do it. All right, yeah, so that should work fine as long as this one's in. So we just kind of got to keep that in mind, that it doesn't like that being out. So like, which one? This one stays. I need this one here. Let's go. So like, all right, so now all the fish would be above this, so I should be able to put these right above it like that. All right, now we got a couple options. I can... Oh, I'm going the wrong... Am I going the wrong way? I am going the wrong way. Pressing the wrong button here. So the winch goes down, and it should go right above the hopper. Okay, so that is all the fish in the hopper. And then we'll press the button. And then that should dump the net. So I gotta hold it. All right, hold that. And release catch is true. So that should dump all the fish into that hopper there. So that is really kind of low, you know, low interaction on the part of the crew, which is nice. You just have to crane them in. So it doesn't have enough counterweight to deal with the one arm being out, one arm being in. Probably a little bit of phantom physics there, but again, it's mostly my design issue. So I could probably screw with the weighting a little bit on that. Yeah. So it's usually either phantom physics or it's a weight issue. It looks like it's weight. You know, so I don't know how much this whole unit weighs. We can actually check it here in a second. Let's save this. But it still will work. We need to make sure that both arms are in at the same when we go to drop them. Let's go ahead and we'll grab. I want to check this unit and see how much it weighs. Oh shit! I just saved over that. I've saved over this with this boat. All right. Good thing I caught that. Let's fix it. I don't think I need the large fins. I don't think they're doing anything different than the smaller ones, so I'll probably change them out for smaller fins, just so they're a little bit more compact. As at this point, I don't think I'm getting any extra performance out of that. Fishing net torpedo 1. Okay, let's just redo it. Yeah, it's probably just some phantom physics. Not phantom physics, it's just probably weight. Yeah, I do have a counterweight in there, but it's probably not enough. All right, let's save this now correctly. Fishing net torpedo 1. All right. That should be good. All right, excellent. All right, I'll probably finish up here. But that was a lot of fun. I think this is a good update. I think, you know, people have been asking this for a very long time. I'm happy with how it works. You know, that little bit of fish, that fish kind of like, you know, jumping around was the only issue I've seen the whole time playing with it. I think it's pretty intuitive. I think there's enough where we can engineer some cool solutions and have our own unique nets. It's not like everybody does Bob's Model 1. I think we can have our own kind of ideas and how we're going to make it. We're going to have different types of fishing boats, which is really awesome. You know, so I think they did a really good job with this. So if you guys think they did a good job, make sure you tell them that. They hear people bitching constantly. They get, you know, whiny people constantly. Whenever somebody's disgruntled, they make sure their voice is heard. So if you're enjoying it, make sure your voice is heard when you're enjoying it too. You know, if you want them to continue something and to be able to, you know, give you the things you enjoy, make sure you let them know when you enjoy something, or else, you know, they need their little pat on the head when they do something good too. You know, they don't just need the stick every time they do something bad. So make sure you let them know in the comments that you are enjoying it, and make sure you go in the Discord and share all the pictures of all your vessels and your net designs and everything else. It's always interesting for everybody to see. Let me just quickly, I'm just checking out some of the comments here, see if anyone's having any issues or what's going on. But it seems like people are happy. Again, I love this too. It's like somebody's like, but sales. It's like, dude, it's like they just gave you something for free. Like, relax, say thank you, and then like give them some time to get the next thing out. It's like, oh my God, man. Like, it's always like, give it to me now, give it to me now. What have you done for me lately? It's like, dude, relax. Enjoy the current content before you wait for the next one. I'm just reading some good chat here. Most people seem pretty reasonable there. But again, make sure you let them know when you're happy with something, when you appreciate it, because they, you know, people love to just like say when they're disgruntled. And it's like, you got to also share that. A lot of us who enjoy these things are often too quiet, and it makes it seem like the whole community is a bunch of grouches who are always pissed off. And it's like, it's not the case. It's just that the people enjoying it are often just playing the game and being quiet. It's like, you know, you got to get out there and also support them when they do something that you like, or else, yeah, hey, eventually they pack up shop. I'm just reading some of these comments here. Somebody complaining about multiplayer performance. I think, guys, we've been playing multiplayer fine. This guy that only ever has negative things to say, too. It's like, if you're, you know, if you're not enjoying the game, nobody's holding you here against your will. You know, you're not, hopefully you're not hostage in somebody's basement and they make you play this game. If you don't like it, go on, do something else. There are plenty of games I don't like, and I go play the games I like, and I move on and let the community have their game if they're enjoying it. You know, but Jesus Christ, like this guy predicted the nets would have no physics. Yeah, why would they? Like, why would you put well, they do have physics. They don't have collisions. There's a difference. They should have no collisions because they would cause all sorts of problems, you know, and it would be unnecessary problems. You know, why put collisions on the nets? There's no good reason to put collisions on the nets. You know, the fish are attracted to the nets. They change state from being a swimming fish to a stuck fish. That's all you need. You know, you would end up with a ton of problems, like, oh my God, I got my net caught on my mast again. Oh my God, I got my net stuck on the bottom again. Oh my God, I can't get my net around my boat again. You know, it would cause a bunch of problems. Or you have a net that just like, in the worst, you know, it will phase through things so it doesn't cause problems. And that's, I think, the right way to do it, frankly. Crabbing would be awesome. Crabbing is my number one. Not necessarily crabbing, pot fishing. I think that would be really cool because that's really good for multiplayer. You imagine having a boat where it's either a lobster boat or a crab boat or just a pot fishing boat where you have members on the deck and they are taking the pot, they're hooking it up to the winch, they're putting it overboard, they're dropping it, maybe having to attach a buoy to it. I think that would be really cool. You go let your line soak for a bit. You come back to it 20 minutes later after you go lay another set out, pick them all up. I think that would be a hell of a lot of fun. You know, that's my number one type of fishing I like to see. Can you add back fire extinguisher propulsion? Ugh. Why don't you go use the RCS thrusters, dude? All right, good. So it seems like people are generally receptive. It has brought back some of the people who complain about anything, you know. But again, it was a free major update. I think it's good. The community wanted it. It was on the poll. I'm very happy with it. I think there's a lot of possibility here, and you know, it's got a lot. I think it's got good longevity. You know, it could take you months to build a big fishing boat. You know, and then you know, the net designs are going to be different. I think they did a good job with that, leaving some of the net designs up to us. You know, I think that's really, really cool. But thank you guys for watching. If you guys are new and you have not subscribed, please consider subscribing. If you like the video, please like the video. That helps me out, and comment as well. So I hope you guys are enjoying fishing. Make sure you go to Discord, share your pictures of that. I always like to see everybody's pictures. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.